All right, today is March 9th, and this is our City Council work session. I'd like to call to order. And I will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilmember Salas, our mission statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. Ms. Filbar, roll call.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Present.
And Councilmember Sweet.
Present.
All right, well, we're down to agenda item number 4, which is our public participation. I understand we have one public speaker. Ms. Salzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. We actually will have 2 speakers, but our first speaker is Travis Jorlman. Mr. Jorlman, you can go ahead and begin.
Thank you. Mayor Deasy and council members, thank you for the opportunity to talk today. My name is Travis Jorlman. I'm a local insurance and real estate agent and president of the Flagstaff Youth Hockey Association. I'm speaking today to ask the City Council to move from Phase 2 back to Phase 3. According to the county dashboard, the county has been downward trending 7 out of the last 8 weeks. More specifically, the City of Flagstaff has been downward trending 6 out of the last 7 weeks, with the most recent week not indicated on the graph like the county graph shows. With downward trending and the increased vaccinations, it's time to loosen the belt and open up city services to Flagstaff residents. As president of FYHA, we've worked diligently with city staff to successfully implement and follow COVID protocols at J Lively. When moving into Phase 3, I ask the City Council to automatically move into Tier 2, as FYHA and other private user groups have successfully shown that Tier 1 has been working in Stage 2. This would allow the user groups to go from 20 people in the building to 40. Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you, council member. I just wanted to state that during the general public participation, council is unable to ask questions or comment on the public participants. So just wanted everyone to be aware, and we are ready for the second caller.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. McCarthy, you can go ahead and speak now.
Hi, my name is Kathy McCarthy. Last week, my family encountered our first COVID-19 death. My nephew was a firefighter in Kokomo, Indiana, and died of COVID at the age of 50, leaving a wife, daughters, parents, and extended family. I have begun to think of certain things differently, which directly impact our Flagstaff community. When we think of heroes who deal with the pandemic, it's easy to think of the doctors and nurses who are right there giving care to these poor people. The others that are there on the front lines are the firefighters. I have a new appreciation for those heroes here in Flagstaff and all over the country. It occurs to me that these brave men and women don't become firefighters because it's a job. It's way more than that. A community of people dedicated to serving those in their communities and becoming a family away from home. The firefighters are dedicated to the needs of you and me, but they are also dedicated to the brothers and sisters that they serve with daily. When my nephew was hospitalized, his parents came from Minnesota to be with him. The firefighters in Indiana put them up in a hotel and arranged for their every meal. Their support and care went way beyond what any of us would expect. They loved their brother and made sure that his parents were taken care of. When we love someone dearly, we might think, I would go into a burning building to save you. These firefighters do that all the time for complete strangers. That type of service goes way beyond those who simply work in jobs. The camaraderie that exists between firefighters disseminates into every fire department in the country. I can predict that if a similar thing happened here in Flagstaff, our firefighters would step up to show that family what comradeship really means. I've talked about firefighters, but extend that to the doctors, nurses, aides, police, teachers, and everyone else on those front lines. You are all true heroes, and I, for one, will never take your service for granted. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mrs. McCarthy. We are down to agenda item number 5, which is the review of the draft agenda for March 16th. Council, do we have any questions or concerns or comments regarding the draft agenda for next week? All right, then we are down to agenda item number 6, which is our presentation of the International Association for Public Participation International Core Values Award for the South Side Community Plan. Take it away.
Hi everyone, my name's Kylie Cocker and I'm the International Chair of IAP2. Great to be here. I think there is a presentation that's supposed to appear on your screen anytime soon, but if not, I can keep talking. There it is. Thank you. So if we can go to the next slide. So for those of you who are not familiar with our awards, they're called the Core Values Awards, and they're for public participation, or if you prefer the term community engagement participants or professionals. And there are 7 key values. I won't go through all of these. I'll let you read that on the screen, but essentially we're looking at the belief that those who are affected by a decision have the right to be involved, that their contribution will influence that decision in some way, shape or form, that this process promotes sustainable decision making and looks at and communicates the needs and interests of everyone involved. So that's the people being impacted as well as the people who are making the decisions, that we seek out the involvement, we seek out the input, because it's all very well for decision makers to make decisions and they come from very informed places, but it's also really important to understand the user or the lived experience of those who are going to be impacted by those decisions. And of course, it's really important to communicate to participants how their input affected the decision. So you not only ask for the feedback, but you then close the loop, as we call it, at the end of the decision-making process, telling participants, this is what we heard from you, and this is how we've incorporated into our decision-making, or at least this is what we've considered, and this is why. So we'll just go to the next slide. So we have a number of categories in our awards. Again, I won't go through them all. You can read them there on the screen. But the 3 big ones are Organisation of the Year, Project of the Year, and Research Project of the Year. We had finalists. We get entries from all over the world, and we had finalists from Australasia, which is our way of describing Australia and New Zealand, from Canada, and from the United States. Next slide. International jury, we don't have to spend a lot of time on that, other than there were people from US, from Australia and from South Africa on that jury, all with a good 20, 30 years experience in their field. Next slide. We'll go to the next slide. So this is just for your information. I'm not sure why we included this one. Keep going. This is the one you're all interested in, and you can see the award is being held up on the screen there. Thank you very much for that. The finalists for Project of the Year were City of Sydney for their planning for 2050, and of course from Canada, and of course all of you, City of Flagstaff, for embracing our heritage, enhancing our future, the Southside Community Specific Plan. And I'm very pleased and proud to say that you are the winner of this award. The judges very much liked the way that you addressed the numerous groups in your community, and really looked at not only how you could consult with them, but how you could ensure the consultation was equitable and everybody had equal opportunity to be part of that consultation, and really looking at not only equitable consultation, but looking at how it could be done in a culturally sensitive way for all the different language groups and others that you had involved. So congratulations, this is a huge achievement. Very few organisations get Project of the Year, so you've joined a very small expert field of cohorts, and we just wanted to say congratulations and thank you for the opportunity to join you today to congratulate you almost in person. And happy birthday to Sarah.
Yes, happy birthday, Sarah. Thank you, Ms. Cochrane. I really, this is an amazing award, and thank you to the Southside Community Association, our city staff, everyone who was involved in this. It was I know it was a huge effort, a huge collaboration, and this award is tantamount to the hard work that was put into it. So thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Mayor
Right.
DC, I believe
Yes.
that Deb Harris has a few acknowledgements she would like to make.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor DC, Vice Mayor Daggett, and council members. This award for the South Side is a great achievement. We're so happy to have partnered with the city. This award will help us build capacity in order to apply for more grants for the work that we're doing in the South Side. And so I wanted to say a special thank you to Sarah and Carlton and all the city staff that helped work on this project. It started to help us to build community and to build trust between the city of Flagstaff and the South Side neighborhood. That trust had been diminished over the years, but I think we made a great start at building that trust back. And so again, I want to thank the city, thank Sarah and everyone else that worked on this project. If I left you out and didn't call you specifically by name, you know who you are. And so we really do appreciate all the work that you did with us, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harris. City Clerk, do we have any other individuals who are speaking on this topic?
Mayor DC, we do not. However, we do have the award that you could show.
Yes, of course. Here is the hard work, the placard that we have, and I apologize, we got a decent amount of glare in this room, but thank you so much.
Gwen Howard is on the line. I am the current president for IAP2 USA. May I say a congratulations to the city of Flagstaff, and I apologize if there was a protocol. I wasn't sure if I needed to say anything, but I definitely wanted to be represented here just to say how proud we are of the city of Flagstaff. Great work. I enjoy working with Sarah, and we're just so proud that the U.S. has been represented in this way. So great effort all the way around to the staff, to council, to the community.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Councilmember Shimoni has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy birthday. I'm just kidding. Happy birthday, Sarah. Well done, Team Flag. Thank you so much, IAP2, for recognizing our efforts here in the city of Flagstaff. This is a huge accomplishment for our community and our city, and we are so proud of this effort and grateful that we are being recognized at this international stage. I really just wanted to highlight the storytelling in the Southside Community Plan and just how we really were able to, as Ms. Deb Harris said, build that trust and start taking those steps. Not to say that trust is fully there yet. We still have work to do, but those stories and featuring and highlighting the individuals of the South Side was really special, along with all the many hours of community engagement and knocking on doors and all the hard work that Sarah, you and Carlton and your team did with partnership in the South Side. So congratulations and much appreciated, and thank you all so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. All right. Well, with that noted, I believe that brings us down to our agenda item number 7. That is our Human Resource Division review. City staff, take it away.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeannie Gallagher, your City of Flagstaff Human Resource Director. I am pleased this afternoon to share the division review of your Human Resources Department. While we're not necessarily at this time up for any international or even national awards, a lot of hard work has came from a really amazing team over the past year and a few months that I've been with the city. And so I'm really proud to show this presentation tonight, allow a couple of our managers to introduce their areas, and really just illustrate some of the great progress that we're making as a human resources team. So just a couple of minutes about myself. I became your human resource director about 15 months ago. From a background, I grew up on a small farm in Southern Illinois. And I like to feel that the values that I learned growing up in that farming environment and in that type of community have set the foundation for my 40 plus years of HR practice. I received my bachelor's in organizational management from Colorado Christian University. And I've worked in just virtually every aspect of human resources, starting at an entry-level position. So I'm really proud of the team that we've built, and I'm just going to share my screen here and get us started. Okay. All right, so just briefly, our agenda this evening, we'll cover what's the purpose of our Human Resources Division. We'll meet the team, show our organizational chart, talk a little bit about our budget, and then jump into those programs and 22 priorities that we would like to share with you. So why does human resources exist? We are the people department or the people division of the organization. All of our programs or services, from a priority-based budgeting terminology, we use programs. All of those are internal facing and support the employees of the organization. We support employees from recruitment through retirement and virtually every part of their journey in between. I think it's important to recognize that how we design and deliver our programs definitely has a tremendous impact on the culture of the organization. So here's the current members of our team, or at least almost current. So I know these are always provided in your packet. So we have kind of a headshot of all the team members here. I want to point out that Michael and Lisa are our newest team members. Michael has been with us for a few weeks, and he's so new that because of COVID, I haven't even had a chance to meet him in person yet. And Lisa actually doesn't start until March the 22nd, but we are super excited to have Lisa join our team and hopefully fill that vacant position that we have really soon and have a full team on board. So this is our human resources organizational chart. And again, I have two HR managers, Jennifer Caputo and Alan Kay, and they are both going to be presenting the programs that fall under their areas of responsibility today. And I have Jessica Foos on the compensation side that reports directly to me. As you can see, we have a pretty flat organizational chart. However, it was redesigned within this last year to really give promotional and development opportunity to our team members. Even in a small division, we can create those opportunities with the right structure. And I'm very pleased that 4 of the individuals whose names and titles appear here were actually promotions within the division over the last year. And I think that from a human resources division perspective, we're really role modeling what we want for the organization. From a budget snapshot, again, human resources is staffed with 10 full-time positions. And there's our labor budget, just under $1 million. From a non-labor perspective, as you can see, our base budget is only $41,000. We definitely operate lean and mean on the HR team, that is for sure. That being said, this year we had one-time funds as well as some carry forward funds that basically got our total non-labor budget up to about $250,000, and our total budget is there. Unfortunately, operating on one-time funds, of course, is not unique to the Human Resource Division. The city is working diligently to get those items that belong into ongoing moved into that budget. It's a process. It's going to take us some time. So now I'm going to jump into the first couple of programs that we offer in Human Resources. And so thank goodness the Human Resource Division, and some of this was definitely teed up before I joined the city, but we had really begun to transition from paper to technology right before the COVID pandemic hit. I can't imagine where we would be if we were still a 100% paper human resources department and City Hall is closed. That would have really stymied our ability to deliver services to the city. We've been enhancing our technology all year long, and our focus is really to offer that efficiency, access to human resources information and services without adding costly labor. And I think so far we've been really successful in doing that. We have implemented a couple of the NeoGov products, and Jennifer and Alan will be talking more about those during their presentations. And they have really made a world of difference and will continue to do so as we move forward. I was really pleased that Human Resources was selected by the Information Technology Department to be a pilot program for on-base technology. And CJ kind of stole my thunder when he did his division review, because he showed that room of file cabinets, that entire room of file cabinets that had been eliminated by utilizing the on-base technology. That was our personnel file room. And I am thrilled that all the files from before were scanned and are now digital. And of course, we're 100% digital with those going forward. We're also excited to continue to work with the IT department on electronic workflows. Taking those forms that start out as paper today and have to make their way around to people who are working remotely. They end up scanned and signed and rescanned, and a lot of opportunity for us to move into an electronic workflow. And then also really excited to be in the early stages of project planning to potentially migrate our human resources and payroll enterprise system from a system that I doubt most of you can even imagine or maybe even remember working on, and onto a platform that will deliver and meet the needs of the city and our employees. The last program I'm going to talk about today is our classification and compensation. This is a staff member of one. This is Jessica. And of course, the compensation study has definitely been getting a lot of prime time conversation, a lot of press these days. So she and myself are hard at work meeting with the various divisions and really getting that work done that we talked about with council at the February budget retreat. We had our direction to move forward, get the work done, and that is ongoing. I just want to give a shout out to all of the divisions really that are working with us, that are engaging in a very transparent way with their employees to really make this a successful project. Of course, she also has to do all the day-to-day work of compensation along with the dedicated work that we're putting into the compensation study right now. Should the proposed budget be approved, we're definitely looking to the July 1st implementation for the compensation that has been placed into the budget. And now I am going to turn things over to Alan Kay to present his programs. So Alan, are you here?
I am, Jenny.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Alan Kay, Human Resource Manager in the City of Flagstaff. I'm responsible for...
Sorry, we're getting a little reverb. Oh, Ms. Gallagher, thank you for getting...
Sorry about that.
No problem. I think we're good now.
Better? Sorry about that, everyone. Like I was saying, I'm a Human Resource Manager with the City of Flagstaff, and I'm responsible for compliance, employee relations, and training and development. A little bit about myself. I grew up in Northern California, where my father was stationed as a squadron commander at Mather Air Force Base in Sacramento. Growing up in a military family, I learned a lot about discipline and hard work, which has served me well throughout my career. I have a Bachelor of Science in Theology and Biblical Studies from Liberty University, as well as a Master's Certificate in Human Resource Development Management from Villanova University, both of which I achieved while working full-time in my last position. I have over 25 years of HR experience in the food and beverage industry. In my last position prior to coming into the city, I worked as a Director of Operations and Director of Training and Development at NAU for Sodexo and Campus Dining. So I'm going to be going over employee training and development. So currently, our curriculum, we include diversity, drug and alcohol, ethics, microaggressions, discrimination, and anti-harassment, and workplace violence training, as well as a supervisor academy. Due to an in-person format, most of our training was suspended for the last year. We offer tuition assistance. This is available for all tenured and exempt employees for reimbursement. Part-time tenured employees working 20 hours per week or more are eligible for reimbursement on a pre-rated basis. Reimbursement may be made for coursework taken through an accredited college or university after the employee has completed 1 year of service to the city. In this course, this is reimbursed. The course has to either be related to the employee's current position or any position in the city which that employee could aspire to, or a class necessary to obtain a related degree in the employee's current position or any position within the department. Looking forward, we're looking at NeoGov Learn System, which is a program that gives us unlimited access to over 1,400 courses specific to the public sector. And we will have the ability to configure these courses to meet our organizational needs and mission and values. With that ability to build city custom programs and courses, we'll be able to cover every aspect of our development for leadership and employees to move up. It's in a centralized platform for tracking, and we're able to do skill tests and also to monitor what works and doesn't and be able to change that as we move forward. Jeannie, next slide. So perform management, we're real excited that we rolled this out here in the second week of February. This is our new performance evaluation system that allows us to really have a continuous communication between the managers, supervisors, and employees through journaling, and to help develop the staff through ongoing communications to ensure that we're tracking results and expectations for their specific areas, giving them the tools to succeed. This will really enhance our mission, values, and performance objectives throughout the performance year. Moving forward, we're going to be incorporating check-ins, which is a form of one-on-ones that we currently use, but incorporating into the Perform system, we'll be able to document this on an ongoing evaluation process. And then focusing on goals throughout this journaling process will allow us a snapshot of the entire year, which will cause us not to do recency evaluations, but we're capturing the whole year for this specific direct report employee or manager. So our current compliance reporting includes the following: the Affordable Care Act that tracks employee benefits to include family members, equal employment opportunity for fair hiring practices and tracking, unemployment claims management to ensure proper filing and capturing those fraudulent claims, which we've seen a tremendous increase over the last year. And these are all federal requirements. Our policy ordinance management ensures that proper delegation and compliance to our city staff and enhances our ability to work with staff to support and ongoing coaching to achieve the highest level in employee relations. This really allows us to establish a culture of partnership and collaboration at all levels of our organization. Looking forward to the coming year, to rewriting our employee handbook and to bring it up to an updated and current reflection of our commitment to our mission, values, and expectations. We currently have exit interview process, but we will be streamlining this and tracked at a higher level to give us the important employee relations information that we need to help address, correct, and implement for opportunities to make us the employer of choice in the city of Flagstaff. And thank you. That's the end of my presentation. And I'd like to hand it over to Jen Caputo. So take it away, Jen. And thank you for your time today, Mayor and council members.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jennifer Caputo, and I am the HR manager responsible for recruitment and benefits. I am a native to Arizona and have lived in Flagstaff since 1986. I attended Coconino High School, go Panthers, and went to NAU and earned my bachelor's in business administration with an HR certificate, and then my master's in educational psychology. I have worked for Team Flagstaff for just over 22 years, and all of that time has been in the Human Resources Division. As Jeannie mentioned earlier, HR has taken advantage of new technology. In early 2020, we implemented an online hiring center and recruitment system through NeoGov. The entire process is now conducted online. Everything from the job application submittal and the resume submittal to candidate rating, interview scheduling, and candidate selection is all done online. Once a candidate is selected, we conduct pre-employments, including fingerprint and background checks, and any physical testing that's required for the job. New hires complete and submit the majority of their paperwork electronically, and new employee orientation is currently being conducted virtually every 2 weeks. We welcome new team members to Team Flagstaff and introduce them to key players, policies, and practices within our organization. While we have adapted to the virtual world, we are looking forward to getting back to being able to introduce new employees in person when it is, again, safe to do so. In the future, we look forward to taking advantage of technology even more. There's so much potential that it offers. We have been working on a move to an electronics fingerprint system where we will be able to collect them and submit them electronically. And we're also looking into some video interviews that we might be able to utilize for some of our first screenings for some positions. With all of the ongoing enhancements to NeoGov and HR managers and hiring managers becoming more familiar with the NeoGov system, we look forward to continuing a partnership which makes recruitment and onboarding a more efficient and a more engaging experience. And then if we'll move over to the benefits side. We belong to something called NAPEPT. That's the Northern Arizona Public Employees Benefits Trust. And we're members of that organization along with the county, the community college, FUSD, Mountain Lion, and a couple other smaller organizations. We work together in order to have more lives to insure, so it increases our buying power and allows us to negotiate less expensive premiums than if we were just doing it on our own. Employees select their benefits through our online benefits center, and they can learn more about their benefits through a tool called Alex, and both of those things are available to employees 24/7. NAPEPT employees who are participating in our health plan are eligible to earn incentives as part of our wellness incentive program. The mission of that program is to provide a workplace that supports employees, families, and communities in health and wellness to optimize their quality of life. There are a very large array of ways that employees can earn points, from physical activities to completing challenges, just going to the doctor, dental and vision exams, and attending classes and events. Even during COVID, many individual coaching support opportunities have been added to the wellness program. And as part of that program, employees who earn 12 points can get a $240 discount on their insurance premiums. And if they earn an additional 12 points for a total of 24, they can earn an additional $120 lump sum incentive. Now, in addition to administering our benefits, we are also responsible for compliance with leaves, which has been, we've had a really big impact to our program this year because of the leave requests that have come in through the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. And as we move forward in the future, we are actually looking forward to an electronic management system for leaves as well. As a reminder, open enrollment is right around the corner, and it will take place the first 2 weeks in May, and those changes will be implemented on July 1st. Since there are no major plan changes this year, we are really going to focus our initiatives on educating employees on their plans and what our benefits program has to offer. And that concludes my presentation, so I will open it up and ask if there is any follow-up.
Yeah, Ms. Caputo. Council, do we have any comments or questions? Well, I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, so yeah, thank you all for telling us all the good work that you're doing.
Thank you.
With that, we are down to agenda item number 8. That is our Economic Vitality Division overview. Take it away, city staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm Heidi Hansen, the Economic Vitality Director for the City of Flagstaff. If you don't mind, I am going to not have my camera on the whole time I present. I have had major problems with my laptop today, which is why Dave McIntyre has graciously offered to forward our slides today. So thank you, Dave. Mayor and Council, I just wanted to again let you know that today joined with me are my 4 direct reports, which include Barney Helmick, our Airport Director, Dave McIntyre, our Community Investment Director, Jared Tolman, our Library Director, Trace Ward, our CVB Director, which is also finally known as Discover Flagstaff. To begin, Dave, I think you're forwarding, but I don't need you to forward yet, so thanks. I really appreciate it. I'll let you know when I need you to click the slide. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's totally fine. I just want to share a little bit about myself. I've been with the City of Flagstaff for 10 years after working as the advertising director for the Daily Sun for 11 and a half years. I came into the city as the CVB director, and after a little more than a year, I was asked to be the interim economic vitality director, as the previous director was going to be moving. And as things seemed to happen, I did both roles for over a year until the position was posted, where then I was able to go through the city interview process, and I ended up as a successful candidate, which has been a terrific journey for me. I'm also proud to share that I'm part of the alumni group for Northern Arizona University. I earned my degree in advertising and marketing, and I also have certifications in economic development. I was previously on the NAU Alumni Board for 7 years, and my last 2 years, I was the NAU Alumni President. And then lastly, I currently serve on several boards in our community, including ACONA, Arizona Forward, our Metro Plans Regional Transportation Alliance, and the Governor's Tourism Advisory Committee, where I was appointed by the governor. And Dave, you can click slide. I just wanted to let you know on the agenda, we're going to be going over a little bit about the division, what makes us up, our org chart. And then what I'm going to do is turn it over to each of the division directors so they can discuss a little bit about their budgets, their accomplishments from this past year, and what you can be looking forward to in this next year. Click slide. So the Economic Vitality Division, if you don't already know, consists of the Flagstaff Pulliam Airport, our Convention and Visitors Bureau, which is fondly known as Discover Flagstaff, our Flagstaff City and Coconino County Public Library System, and our community investment section that includes economic development, arts and sciences, beautification, and parking. Next slide. Our mission is to provide quality services to residents and visitors that preserve and enhance Flagstaff's economic prosperity and overall quality of life. We like to use, if you look at the top right-hand corner, we like to use a logo that states that we are enhancing quality of life 365 days a year. Our vision is to provide safe and reliable air service, to have authentic experiences with responsible tourism practices, to offer library services and resources that inspire learning, to create a healthy business climate and vibrant arts and culture programs. And while doing all of this, we want and we hope that we always create a very valuable sense of place for all residents and visitors. Next slide. Here's how we look when we blend ourselves on the city manager's org chart to the right. As you can see, we basically feel the same that the city manager is, that there's no hierarchy in this organization. We're all doing this and working together for the betterment of you, council, and of course for your goal, and that is to serve the community. I am happy and proud to say though that we are almost at 100 employees, and I would say we're 100 employees strong, and I'm very, very proud of this staff. I'm blessed to work in this position, and I'm blessed to work for the city of Flagstaff. So I'm going to turn this over now to Barney Helmick, our airport director, to talk a little bit more about the airport. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and the public. My name is Barney Helmick. I am your airport director at the Flagstaff Pulliam Airport. And we have a staff of total of 12. We have an airport operations ARF manager. We have 9 positions that are ARF operations specialist and administrative specialist. A little bit about myself. I have been with the city of Flagstaff at the Pulliam Airport for 10.5 years. I have a total of 34 years of airport experience and like to consider myself an airport bum. Starting back with my grandfather, who was worked for Curtiss Wright assembling bombers during World War II, down to my son-in-law and daughter, who are our traffic controllers currently. I am an accredited member of the American Association of Airport Executives, one of less than 500 nationally, and a past president of the Arizona Airports Association and a member of the Southwest chapter of the American Association of Airport Executives. Dave, can we go to the next slide, please? This is a overview of our budget for the upcoming year as far as revenues, not our expenditures. You'll see that we have intergovernmental agreements, which are typically grants, airport typical funds that would come in from various sources, which would include rental cars, the hangar rents, our fixed-based operator, and several other businesses. We are projecting about $320,000 in parking revenues with the new parking system will be coming on. Next slide, please. This is, we track several metrics as far as the airport's concerned. Some of these, this airport is concerned. Some of these to help us with our grants. And what you're looking at here right now is one of those metrics, which is enplanements. For each passenger that gets on a flight and leaves here, that's called an enplanement. In 2018, we had set 70,176 passengers flying out. In 2019, prior to COVID, you'll see we had a substantial increase to 123,957. That is the record year for Flagstaff going back as far as you can see. COVID, just like everyone else, hit us and we dropped down to 65,000. I am going to project that we could hit somewhere around 90,000 this year now that COVID is starting to wind down and we're seeing more travelers. Next slide, please. During this last year, we did a lot of updates with a temporary parking to help with those 120-some thousand that were flying out of here. We knew marketing, we did signage at the airport, and that marketing reached out not only to the Arizona area, but to Dallas, Denver, and Europe and Asia. Next slide, please. We also, with some of our grants, were able to obtain some new equipment. You'll see on the lower left 2 slides a new aircraft rescue firefighter piece of equipment, which in past we have used some of our equipment to go off airport and help with fires, such as there was a fire at Butler and the I-40 that we assisted with. In the far right, you'll see one of our new snow removal pieces of equipment. We did get 3 of those. And at the upper right, some of our staff that we're very proud of. They are certified each year as aircraft rescue firefighters, and this was one of the badging ceremonies. Next slide, please. We also received $18.1 million in CARES Act funding that helped us alleviate some of the rents to some of our tenants to get them through this COVID. And it's also going to help us with many projects through the next 3.5 years to help upgrade some things around the airport. Next slide, please. You'll see in this that we are using some of that CARES Act funding for terminal enhancements, hangar enhancements, such as repairing roofs and doors. We also have a sustainability master plan, one of the first done for an airport in the state of Arizona, that we're checking off items on the list, such as getting our lights dark sky compliant. And we're also adding a new position called Airport Program Manager, which will assist us with some of these. You see at the right a diagram of the new parking program that's going to go in place. We're putting his shovels in ground in about 30 days for that. It'll add approximately 413 parking spaces and 16,980 square yards of asphalt. That will also become a paid parking program later in the year. Next slide, please. And I'd like to thank you all for your support for the airport. And if there's any questions you might have for us.
Thank you, Mr. Elmick. I am not seeing any thing in the chat box from council. So thank you very much, and we'll keep moving forward.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm David McIntyre. I am your Community Investment Director. I'm also still working on my skills as a slide mover, so please forgive me. I will be getting certified on that shortly, I believe, but still kind of working my way through some of that. I have the honor and privilege of working with Slide Advancer. Yes, I'm going to work on that. I have the honor and privilege of directing the Community Investment section. But first, a little bit about myself. I grew up in southern Vermont. I majored in environmental studies and philosophy at St. Lawrence University. And before joining the city, I had the good fortune of participating in a circus, of singing throughout Italy, of being a lifeguard on Cyprus in the Mediterranean Sea, and learning Swahili while studying in Kenya. I came to the city from a nonprofit focused on homelessness services and joined the housing section in 2003. I came to the real estate manager position after leaving housing, and then at the same time Heidi came over to Economic Vitality. I took the acting role at Community Investment, and then later took on the job more permanently. and I'm super happy to be here. I think part of the reason I wanted to make that move is because, to paraphrase E.B. White, I wanted to improve the world as well as savor it, and both are noble. As mentioned, I have the pleasure of leading a small but mighty team with very diverse goals. Many sections and divisions within the City of Flagstaff have a lot in common within their programs. Ours are united by a desire to create a more vibrant community, but do have diverse ways and diverse ordinances behind them to do that. We have 4 formal overarching programs: economic development, parking management, beautification, and arts and sciences. Economic development has 2 full-time staff, 1 focused outward to attract businesses and 1 focused inward to help businesses stay and expand here. We have 2 full-time staff that are then split between the beautification and arts and sciences programs. And we have 6 people budgeted for parking management, but for the past year, we've functioned with approximately 4. I'm going to get more into the positions themselves and the programs as we go through the slides. So we're going to start out with arts and sciences. This program, driven in part by part of Eliza Kretzman's time and part of Jana Weldon's time, is funded exclusively by 7.5% of BBB revenue. For all too short a time, we also have an excellent Vista named Aaron Kazmirkowski, who has been doing great work with us as well. Turns out I need work on my pronunciation as well. The use of these funds is guided by the Beautification and Public Art Commission, and you'll see a fairly large fund balance within our revenues. And this, as well as with beautification, is a function of the fact that often capital projects are carrying forward from previous years. We're in the middle of the process of getting towards the project itself, or we're saving up for a project in the future. We also have a minimum fund balance that we need to keep, like all programs. And so you'll see that fund balance carried forward, but that doesn't mean that those are unallocated funds. In fact, our arts and science program did have to cut some projects this past year due to the recession, and as we were trying to pivot to do the right thing for our community at the time. Some of the accomplishments that we're super proud of with arts and sciences is the support of our community nonprofits. Much of our funding does go through our partner, the Flagstaff Arts Council, to support 40 art and science and culture nonprofits within the community. Over $360,000 goes to those nonprofits annually. Knowing that the nonprofit sector was exceptionally hard hit by COVID, many facilities had to close, services had to be stopped, but knowing also that it is much easier and much more effective to maintain current infrastructure than to try to rebuild it, we actually took $100,000 from capital projects, from art projects, and shifted those into COVID relief grants. The council supported that change, and we were able to provide those funds to some of these nonprofits, which were able to stay afloat and are getting ready to provide new services as we see ourselves opening up. We also increased our public art projects with a new staffing structure. Believe it or not, the 2 full-time equivalents that are arts and sciences and beautification is actually a concentration on these programs. Previously, historic preservation and community design was also a part of this. And we had an over 500% increase in public participation in artist selection panels with the new structure. We're really focused very much on trying to bring forward new best practices that are gonna bring in public process. They're going to improve our use of the commissions and stakeholder groups out there and drive that artistic community feel forward. Jana and Eliza are doing an incredible job of bringing us into this next level. So what's next? Next is the continued increase in public art project and delivery. We are looking forward to operating and providing that same level of funding to the Flagstaff Arts Council to help with their 40 nonprofits and to help the user experience as well. We're going to update and enhance the public art map for an improved overall public experience. As you probably can tell, I'm not getting into the details of these programs. We know that economic vitality as a division could spend a lot of time up here. And so in the interest of time, I'm not going to be digging in deeply to all the details of what we're doing, but we have a number of projects coming forward and we're super excited about what you're going to see over this next year. Moving on into beautification. Again, we are fully funded in beautification by BBB tax. 20% of the BBB tax comes to beautification. And again, you'll see a large fund balance. Some of this is savings. For instance, $1.5 million of our fund balance is being saved for the Rio de Flag which is out in future years. And some of it are projects that are being carried forward from previous years or that minimum fund balance. So didn't want you to think that that there was this ton of extra capacity within the fund. Believe it or not, the vast majority of those funds are already allocated for projects that the Beautification and Public Art Commission is excited about and that we are very excited to bring to council. In FY21, we had 9 beautification projects completed or anticipated, and I want to say I'm super proud of Eliza's work with the pilot flower project program. We received incredibly great feedback on that. We also provided funding towards the 4th Street Bridge, making sure that ADOT was able to do enhancements to that project through our capital program that wouldn't have been able to be part of it. We think that's a great use for beautification funding. And we did a Route 66 monument out by the McAllister Ranch as a part of the ongoing Route 66 features. We also updated our Beautification in Action community grants. We moved those up to do more of them and also added funding to that program. So we're bringing that up to $4,500 per project. And this is great because while many of the projects that we do are municipal projects, the Beautification in Action community grant are actually grants that come from private parties, private citizens or organizations, and they're to do that grassroots beautification that we can help pay for a portion of, hopefully really making it easy for these projects to get out there and diffuse throughout the community. Both beautification and our public art program have really focused some attention recently in trying to make sure that in our future planning as well, we're going to be focused on extending the number of projects done in outside geography. So for instance, like the east side of town and more along the south side of town. And also we have funding set aside for Indigenous representation and to assist with our community plans and neighborhood plans that are being developed. So really looking at ways that we can be innovative in how we're bringing beautification and public art projects forward. Again, as what's next, we have large-scale projects that are in their way. Many you may remember approving some of these. We do have the library entrance, which is integrating both arts and beautification funding. We have the Downtown Connection Center plan coming along, and we have artists and beautification in that. We have the Beautification in Action grant deadlines coming up, March 15th and September 15th. So if you know anybody out there who's interested in doing an art project, March 15th deadline is coming fast. And we're actually asked budget for the ability to do a little bit more in terms of expanding the use of the right-of-way, which is the use of different facilities and flowers in the downtown to help create more expanded space for people to mingle and for the businesses to flourish. And so we're looking forward to doing more with that particular project as well. Economic development does have the majority of its funding come from the BBB tax as well, 9.5%. But we also, as you can see, have a miscellaneous category for revenue. And that's because we manage 2 commercial type buildings, the NASET Moonshot Incubator and Accelerator. And these buildings do provide rent revenue. They also provide a significant number of fixed costs. So they are an investment in economic gardening, and we're very proud of the work that they do up there. They do provide us a portion of our revenue. They also provide us a significant portion of our expenses. You're going to hear more from them in about a month when Scott Hathcock comes to do his annual presentation to the City Council to talk about how that program is going. Part of economic development is business attraction. And business attraction, it takes many different forms. It's targeted ad campaigns. It's traveling to trade shows when there's not a pandemic. It's site visits to bring people in to see our sites and to go out to other businesses and help them understand why our market is the right market for them. It's working on policy to enhance our toolkit, and we are very grateful for the incentives that were approved last year. We're really excited to be able to have those tools to help develop our economy here. And it's interagency collaboration. It's working with our regional partners, a couple examples of which are ECONA, the Arizona Commerce Authority, and many others. Some of the accomplishments are, as mentioned, the creation of those 3 new incentive programs, our job creation incentive with some of those funds awarded to Catalyst Space Technologies. Catalyst is locating here from a number of different places. The funds that they're using are going to bring their engineers into Flagstaff through relocation expenses, and they're actually going to land up in our accelerator, as mentioned. They have contracts with the Department of Defense, and we're really looking forward to you getting to know them at the end of March when they come to speak to council. We also have our development reinvestment incentive, our sustainable automotive sales tax rebate, which is done in coordination with sustainability. We're working on the successful request for statement of qualifications for that 31.45 acres out by the airport, and those master development negotiations are ongoing. You may also be aware that we are really hoping to have something to announce in the near future. We're excited that right now Flagstaff is in a time where there's a lot of what we call leads. There's a lot of interest in our community by a number of different companies. We are working very hard with them. Our new business attraction manager, you know him, you love him, Jack Fitchett, has joined our team and is doing a great job in business attraction. And it is an exciting time in business attraction. We're seeing a lot of interest in our community from out of California, but from across the nation. And we are hoping to have some announcements in the near future. I would want to thank, seeing Greg's comment about how we stole him, Jack, I want to thank the city manager's office for loaning him to us for over a year. We are super grateful for that. Very excited to have him on board. He's a great addition to us, and we are forever grateful to the city manager's office for sharing him during that time. So also we focus on businesses right here at home. We did provide within this last year relief grants to small businesses through the Downtown Business Alliance, but we also did a lot within our program under business retention and expansion. Some of what we did there was providing business analytics and support. We have analytics that we get through a company called Buxton, which provide really granular data about what types of economic decisions businesses can make here. They provide information about consumer groups, they provide information about leakage, and so we can sit down with a business and talk to them in detail about what products might be useful for them to move towards, or whether or not a certain sector is maybe saturated. We did provide a business retention and expansion incentive to Cozy Home, and you're going to hear more about that at the end of the month as well. And our Innovate Waste Personal Protective Equipment Challenge was awarded to a company named Be Well. The Innovate Waste Challenge came out of a training that was done with sustainability, where the idea was to focus on finding ways for the entrepreneurial spirit here in our community to address public problems. And so this idea about how do we turn waste into something useful that creates jobs, and then we further change that to how can we bring the entrepreneurial spirit to help address personal protective equipment shortages. And so this program will be in its third year next year. We're really excited that the second award to Be Well was for their efforts around personal protection equipment, and it's designed to take a local company and help them expand in their market. We did have some expansions in the community. Wanted to mention Joy-Con has added a third battle room and is hiring 30 new employees. We're super excited about that. TGen has doubled in size, and Pova Medical now employs 18 people. As you can see, we do have a diverse economy here. Biomedical is such a strong part of it that we're super grateful to Machine Solutions, Pova, Gore, who sort of started that whole trend, Simple Surgical, and many other businesses for making Flagstaff their home. Some other highlights, a lot of our business retention and expansion program, John Saltonstall, who is our business retention and expansion manager, and who I will mention, just celebrated his 20th year with the city of Flagstaff, focuses a lot of his attention on workforce development as well. He's doing a career exploration series and elevating pre-K. He focuses energies on the comprehensive economic development strategy. We work with Stacy Greckler-Nags in the grants program on this, and what this focuses on is making sure that many of our more intensive capital improvement projects, when they come forward, we have them in a plan that the federal government, the Economic Development Administration, can consider funding. The intention here to make sure that we're ready to try to capture federal funds when these projects are ready to move forward. We do a significant amount of marketing, both in attraction and in retention and expansion. And we do have some really nice upgrades to our new website. You'll be hearing more about those in the future as well. NASET Moonshot, I know I'm going fast. There's a lot of information here, so I do apologize.
Hey, Dave.
And I can take a break now that I see the Vice Mayor
break
has a
and
question.
answer Vice Mayor, yeah.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Daggett?
Oh, I can wait until the very end.
Okay. I'm fully paused now, but I'll be happy to do it however you'd like. So
go ahead. I'll ask at the end.
Okay. So NASET Moonshot is, as mentioned earlier, we have the incubator and the accelerator up on Innovation Mesa, which is a campus right up against USGS. And in that facility is businesses that are incubating or accelerating. You can think of it as sort of an educational system. The incubator has businesses that are pre-revenue or are focused on generating revenue, more of an R&D take on it, although sometimes they move very well while still in the incubator. And the intention is that as they become more mature as a business, they'll move from the incubator into the accelerator. And then from the accelerator, after a year or two, they will move out into commercial real estate. Moonshot is our partner up there. They are business education and business development organization. They focus on helping these businesses, which are renting the space up there, to become scalable, to find capital, and to move forward as economic gardening opportunities here for our community. A few examples of tenant companies, many of which you've probably heard of: Axolotl, Be Well, Mito Synergy Armored Outdoor, and Hypo 2. As you can see, the incubator is practically full. We're excited about what's happening in that facility. The accelerator has lost some tenants over this past year, and our occupancy is a little lower. We do have some prospects coming in soon, but that has impacted some of our revenue. But we know that that facility can be, has in the past been much more full. We look forward to filling it back up or repurposing portions of it if that turns out to be the right way to go. So what's next from economic development? We're going to continue to upgrade our website, do another Innovate Waste Personal Protection Equipment Challenge, focus on new round of incentives to attract and grow opportunities. We're hoping to move the master development of that 31 acres forward. We're working with Gentera and KCS and very excited about that project. Continue to maximize our benefit up there at NASET. And then if it works out that we have the resources to do it, we're hoping to do some master planning and strategic planning to really focus our attention and the community's efforts in the best direction as our economy is shifting. And then we'd like to, at some point, do a cost of doing business survey. We hear often from businesses that it is much more expensive to do business here than in other locations. We really want to understand what the causes, the root causes of that are, and whether there's places that we can continue to assist in that space. So from here, I would move into Park Flag, but I would ask if the Vice Mayor's question was specific to economic development, or would you like me to finish this portion?
It is specific to the library.
Oh, it's a library.
So we're past that, so I can wait.
Okay, my apologies for stopping again. Here we go. So as you know, Park Flag is a special revenue fund. What that means is that it is specifically needs to fund itself, and it did receive a loan from the general fund as well as take out some debt. But it is meant to fund itself completely. The lockbox, which is what we sort of informally refer to as the money that is set aside, 20% of the program funds revenue is set aside specifically to develop future inventory. And we've actually got that up over $700,000. We are hoping to use some of it in the very near future to develop some new parking inventory. We did have reduced income this past year. As you all know, Park Flag's revenue portions were suspended. We did maintain a significant portion of the program, but we were not using the kiosks or any of the pay to park program. Where does the money go? This is a question we get often, and you'll see that in repaying our loan to the general fund and doing debt service, we're already at over a third of our budget. You add on to that salary and EREs, and really the vast majority of our budget is in fixed costs. Credit card fees make up another 15%, believe it or not. So it is an expensive program, and it's one that takes a lot of revenue to manage, but it's more than worthwhile, and we are building towards that inventory. We are paying all our expenses, even now, we hope, back on track, and we're ready to go. Some of the accomplishments that we had with Park Flag, we successfully managed parking through the suspension. And people say, well, what did you do during this suspension? But what we did was focus on nuisance parking behaviors, people parking in handicap accessible spaces, people parking with bad behavior, not blocking lanes, blocking fire hydrants. We were able to focus on the South Side neighborhood. Those permits were still in place. And we focused a lot on sanitizing downtown touch points. We installed new parking signs after updating our hours and hooded the kiosks using a local vendor for 102 different hoods. We helped maintain a safe environment. And as I mentioned, the touch points, our parking aides were out there cleaning things in the downtown within the parking district to make sure that people had as safe an environment as possible as they were working with our businesses down there. We installed and managed multiple curbside pickup zones. This was a pivot. This was something that's not in our plan, but we actually intend to keep, as mentioned in a previous presentation. We think the curbside pickup zones are a great way to provide an opportunity for the public to stop and grab a coffee or grab some takeout or run into a bookstore without having to pay their dollar. But at the same time, we know that overall management of the parking is needed. We saw those occupancy levels high, and we saw the inability to park come back over the course of the summer. So what's next? We are going to be installing new parking software. We're looking forward to this. Sometime in the next few months, we'll begin that process and then have a go live date that we'll communicate to the community and to council when we get there. We're going to hire a parking manager. Gail Brockman, our interim parking manager, has been in this acting role for over a year, and she has done a fantastic job working with approximately half staff to really pivot the program, to keep things moving, and to provide all this benefit to the expanded use of right-of-way program. But we are going to look to hire a parking manager. We need to find that position a little more permanency, and then hire another parking aide, at least one. Although we're budgeted for 2, I believe we're going to go slow with our hiring while we watch to see how revenues continue to increase. We are looking forward to continue our work with the expanded use of right-of-way program, to recovering the program's resources from our suspension and to adding to that lockbox. But more importantly than adding to the lockbox is actually increasing the parking supply. And thank you very much. If there's any questions regarding the community investment programs, I'm more than happy to answer them.
I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, so yeah, we can keep moving along.
In that case, I will go back to slide, mover, roll.
Thanks, Dave. And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, my name is Jared Tolman. I am your City and County Library Director for the Library District. A little bit about me. I was born and raised in southern Idaho. I have a bachelor's degree in family history and genealogy, which is a specialized research degree. I received my master's in library science from Indiana University. I have worked in libraries. I have over 8 years of library experience. And before coming to Flagstaff, I was the library director for a small county library in North Dakota. The library is actually one of the largest divisions in economic vitality. We have somewhere up to around 80 employees working in the district. I work with a close district team, which is made up of 2 deputy directors, one for the city and one for the county, as well as working closely with an IT manager who oversees the district library IT needs. And we also have an executive assistant who helps assist me with the district budget. Next slide, please. When I speak about the library district, oftentimes people think of just the downtown library and the East Side Library, but the library district is actually a lot larger than that. Here in Flagstaff specifically, we have 2 other libraries as well. We have the Law Library and the Correction Facility Library that provides materials to inmates. On top of those 2 other libraries, we also have a PALS mobile, which goes and works with our schools here in the area and helps with early literacy training with the teachers and providing materials to the students there. We also have a county bookmobile, which works with our retirement homes here, providing programs and materials to them, as well as going throughout the county and providing books and materials to other locations throughout the county that do not have a brick and mortar library. I'll remind you that obviously Coconino County is the second largest county in the United States. And so that bookmobile really is a benefit to a lot of those individuals who live out throughout the county and don't live anywhere close to an actual library. This provides them that additional service. Next slide. So on the county side of our libraries, the three that I'm going to first mention are controlled and run by the library district. The other four that I'll mention after that, those are affiliate libraries that are kind of controlled by their own municipality, but they're still part of the district and we work closely with them. So the three that we control here in Flagstaff are the Grand Canyon Public Library, the Tuba City Public Library, and our Forest Lake Public Library. Those four affiliate libraries is the Fredonia Public Library, the Page Public Library, the Williams Public Library, and the Sedonia Public Library. So these 10 libraries and the two bookmobiles that we offer make up what we refer to as the library district. Next slide. When we talk about the library district, the district is funded by county property taxes. So that's how the library gets all of its funding, is from property tax. They're, the affiliate libraries that have their own municipality and Flagstaff also have an additional library tax within their municipalities that are also put towards the libraries to help support it. But the majority of our funding comes from that county property tax. We have an IGA established between all these municipalities and the libraries that kind of set up how much funding goes to each library. Being part of the district means we also then share services. For example, some of those are ebook and audiobook resources, our integrated library system, which is the library's catalog, and, the system that holds the information for all of our patrons. We share that, and as well as some of our IT resources. That's also a shared resource. That's just to name a few. There's others, but the benefit of this district is some of these smaller libraries that really don't have the funding to have some of these great resources like an ILS and e-resources. We're able to share those and help support those smaller libraries. Next slide. As you can see in that IGA, the IGA describes how much funding each library gets, and that's really based on kind of the service that library provides to its communities. How many people are coming into the library, checking out materials, using services, e-resources, attending programs, all those kind of things kind of describe how much funding the IGA gives to each library. You can see that Flagstaff is the largest simply because we have a higher population, more people here in Flagstaff use the library than any of the other cities within the county. And so you can see how those items are broken up between each library. Next slide. When we look at the city side of the funding that comes to Flagstaff, you can see that some of those what we fund in the city is our general administration, our collection management services, our public services, our East Flag Library, our main library automation, our PALS Mobile, and part of that is the county IT as well, serving our main libraries here. Next slide. On the county side, those funds go to our county bookmobile, the jail library, the Forest Lake Library, Tuba City Library, Supai Library, which is trying to become a library. It's not currently actually any kind of physical building yet, but we're working towards that. And the Grand Canyon Library. So those are the items that are funded under county funds. Next slide, please. We have many people other than Flagstaff residents come and utilize our libraries here in the county. As people come to visit and see the amazing sites that are here in our county, they often come and utilize the library. They utilize our library Wi-Fi. They use our computers to check their email, to upload photos that they might be taking. So we have people from all over the country who come and use the library. Next slide. As well as people from all over the country, we have people from all over the world that also use those same services when visiting Flagstaff. We have estimated that out of around 605,000 people that come into the library on one given year, around 150,000 people are visitors who come in to use library services. Next slide. And so when we kind of look at what the library has been doing since the pandemic, since we closed, one of the new services that we've implemented from that closure is our curbside service. This is a widely popular service. As you can see in this photo here, this is our holds table. We had to move it from the shelves that we normally kept it on because we had around 80 holds on average of people who would place a hold on items and then come pick it up. Since we've been closed and now offering this curbside service, we've had to expand the area in which we have that. And so you can see the hundreds of books that are currently placed on hold that people come up and pick up throughout the week. And this is just such a popular service. We hear a lot of people talk about how grateful they are that the library is still offering these services and giving people something to do while they're stuck at home. Some of the other great services that we also created during the pandemic was our Good Night Flagstaff, where you could tune in and hear people from throughout the county read books. This first series we did was Harry Potter, and it was quite popular. A lot of people really enjoyed that. They would put that on at night when their children were going to bed as kind of a story in bed, and people just love that. We also moved our book clubs and story times to virtual so people could access that through our social media and YouTube pages and still be able to engage and participate in early literacy programming through a virtual means. We also, during this time, increased the number of e-materials and services. We brought on new platforms that not only provide ebooks and audiobooks, but also provide movies and TV shows, comics, music, other content that people have really been able to utilize during the pandemic because they can't necessarily get into the library, and it's been quite popular. We're easily anywhere from 600 to 800 patrons checking out those e-materials every month in just one platform. Other platforms that provide ebooks and audiobooks, where we in January hit one of our highest of around almost 2,000 people checking out ebooks and audiobooks. So people are still really utilizing these services, and it's great. Next slide. When we look to what is coming up for the library, a couple things I'd like to mention is our Grand Canyon renovation. We've been working for some time now with the Park Service to move into the rest of the building in which we occupy there in the Grand Canyon, and we've finally gotten permission to do that. And so we'll be doing a renovation there and expanding the space in which we have in the Grand Canyon to now also be able to provide new resources like programs, which we haven't been able to do in the past because we simply didn't have the room. The building we were in and the space that we occupy was quite small. And so this expansion will really make it available or make it possible that we can provide additional services to that community. Another big talking point is our library entrance project here in Flagstaff at the main library. We're going to redo our main entrance to make that entrance more ADA accessible. And there's lots of moving parts on that, but we're really excited and hoping to see that project will be able to break ground either later this year or beginning of next year. So we're very excited about this project and think what we're hoping to end up with is a better gathering place for people to come and really utilize the library by being able to come and communicate with other community partners who have similar ideas and just find a space to hang out outside, as well as making the library more ADA accessible. We also will be kind of looking at how we are currently serving the county and providing services through that county bookmobile and hoping to expand that and make that a more permanent thing within those communities so that those communities can access those materials when they need it and don't have to wait for, say, once a month when the bookmobile shows up. We're hoping to come up with a system where we can have those services and Wi-Fi service in those communities, which we think will be a great blessing to them. And then we're always looking for additional new partners to partner with to bring additional services. One thing I'll highlight is in this current year, we worked with Launch Flagstaff and the Literacy Center and brought in over 17,000 books to give out free to our community, to those who were affected most by this pandemic and didn't have opportunities to maybe come out to the library. We were sending reading material out to them, age-appropriate material, so that they could really benefit that. And so again, it's just another example of our many different community partners that we have. We'll be bringing some book authors here into our community soon to kind of do a drive-through event, which we're really excited about. And I believe the council heard about this a few weeks ago. Next slide. The last thing I want to say before I do end and open it up for questions is, again, we love serving this community. For the last 4 years in a row, we've received the Best of Flagstaff, and we're very proud of that. You know, this is the 7th year that we've been able to get that Best of Flag, and it really, I think, speaks to the dedication that our staff have and their love for serving this community. And so we're very, very excited and pleased to be serving our community and giving them everything that they need and helping to support them through this difficult time. So with that, I would like to open up for any questions before I hand it over to Trace Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Tolman. I'm not sitting in the chat.
I have one. There's my cue.
Go for it.
Thank you. Now I can finally ask my question. Thank you so much for all of these presentations. And I'm wondering, what is the timeline for the redesign of the entrance of the library? And is there an opportunity for the public to be involved?
If Jeremy DeGator is on the call, I would like to hand that over to him to maybe speak more specifically to the timeline. But if not, I will try and answer that. So it sounds like he may not be on. He is our projects manager who's kind of running with that. We just talked about the timeline. If we are able to wrap up the concept of the design and the art here in the next coming months, we believe that we can start breaking ground in October or August. There have been some concerns that have come up with memorial trees, and we're looking into those, working with an arborist to hopefully get some answers. And if we have to go back and redesign around some of those trees, it could easily get pushed into next year, but we're kind of waiting to see what that arborist comes back and tells us. But that's kind of the initial timeline that we're hoping and pushing for.
And Jared, could you speak to how the commissions that you've gone to and the interaction you've had with the community thus far?
Yeah, definitely. There has been some community input, and as we kind of look at the art, we'll continue to reach out to the community to hopefully get further input, because we know that this is a beloved space by so many, and so many people use it. And so there's so many moving parts that we're trying to work through to get this right. We don't just want to stick something in there that doesn't work and that the community doesn't love. And that goes from the design of the ramp to the art piece that's being put into this. And so we have been working closely with beautifications on selecting an artist and kind of working with the artists on different ideas. Last night in our BPAC presentation, some of that art was kind of presented, and I could, if you'd like, we could have Eliza speak more on that process. But we've also met with our Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living, who's looked at the ramp design and been able to give us feedback and kind of what our community that uses that most likely kind of what they're looking for, and how we can be inclusive on making sure that what we're creating is something that everyone would use, not just having able body over here and people who need the ramp over here, but really something that everyone could use. And so we definitely, because of all these moving parts, we're working with commissions and beautification and all these things to really make this a really great project. And Eliza, I'd be happy to hand it over to you if you'd like to speak to the art.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jared, and thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Eliza Kretzman, the Beautification Arts and Sciences Manager here at the city. And this past year, we've focused a lot on an increasing public engagement in our art projects, and the library is an example of this. So we had a very robust response on a community forum survey on qualities about the library and that space from a community perspective to help inform the public art as well as the design. And as Jared mentioned, we visited with the Commission on Inclusive and Adaptive Living several times to hear their input on various concept designs that we're still working our way through. And also we had a community panel that selected the artist, and we also had a focus group to look at some of the preliminary concepts for the art, and we'll have some continued focus groups going forward. And please reach out to me also if you have any further questions about that.
Great, thank you. And I know that you all are aware that there's concern about the memorial trees that have been planted. And so I think we all just ask you to do what you can to be sensitive to those concerns.
Yeah, we're definitely taking that into consideration. There's a lot of different aspects to that. Is how healthy is the tree in question? With the construction project going on, could that just end up killing the tree regardless because it's being disturbed so much? So we're working closely with an arborist to kind of give us some input on what is the best path forward. We have actually 2 memorial trees as part of this project. We've been able to meet with the family of Mary Jo Jenkins, who has given their support to please plant a new tree and do that. We've been trying to reach out to John Wall, who is the other memorial tree, and trying to locate his family to see if they have a preference. And we've been unsuccessful so far in doing that. We're going to continue to do that, as well as meet with this arborist and kind of find out what the best plan is going forward. So either we'll leave that as is, or if they don't think the tree will make it through the construction project, we'll probably still plant a new tree with a new plaque and definitely still highlight both of those memorials within this project. We don't want them to feel left out. On April 27th, we are scheduled to be bringing this concept and design to council to present to you. And so hopefully we can have a longer, more robust discussion at that time on this.
Thanks, Jared. I think that we have tourism.
I think Councilmember McCarthy had a question here before we move on.
Thank you, Mayor. As we can see on the screen where it says thank you, when we think of libraries, we think of books. So my question is, do we have any programs at all for blind people, be it Braille or recordings or whatever?
So because we've been able to move into a virtual format with those, most of those programs are now audible, so you could hear everything that is going on. We have talked at length at when COVID is finished and we're able to bring people back into the building and have programs here. We've discussed the possibility of how do we meet those needs of people who are blind or hard of hearing, and hopefully coming up with some kind of regular based program that on these dates is when we would provide those additional services for those who have ADA needs so that they can continue to still participate in our programs.
Right. Thank you, Jared.
Mayor, Councilmember McCarthy, I just wanted to add that we're currently also working on designing our library website, which will make things even more accessible for the blind and for the hard of hearing. And so there's a lot in the works this next year on adding to our collections physically as well as our website.
All right, thank you. Maybe you can focus on politicians. A lot of them are hard of hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. And I think we're good to move on to tourism.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Trace Ward, Discover Flagstaff Director. In brief, I came to Flagstaff 6 years ago with 25 years of hotel, convention center, and tourism marketing experience, working with iconic brands such as Starwood, Hilton, Marriott, and Experience Kissimmee. Since my arrival, I've acquired a master's degree in business from NAU, and Discover Flagstaff has become a fully accredited destination marketing organization from Destinations International out of Washington, D.C. We are globally recognized as a leader in the industry and the official destination marketing organization for the city of Flagstaff. As a director, I manage all tourism programming as well as visitor services. This slide in particular shows the positions working out of the historic Milligan House. So I'm sure that it is common for directors to cite how lucky they are to have a staff that they have, but I assure you that this statement has never been more true when it comes to this team. I'm fortunate that the nature of this team is to lean in to all of the issues and challenges that come before us. And because of this, many of you have worked firsthand with the Discover Flagstaff team and have been able to see the amazing work that they have accomplished. Next slide, please. Thank you, Dave. This slide shows all of the positions working out of the visitor center housed at our historic train station. And next slide, Dave. Thank you. As you know, we are primarily a BBB funded section of the Economic Vitality Division. We're required to keep a minimum fund balance of 10%, and we do have some ancillary revenues to support our annual budget. Next slide, Dave. Thank you. Although the past 12 months have been unprecedented in our lifetime, the team has been and continues to be determined to meet the challenges. The familiar question that I ask of my team members is not what was done, but rather what was accomplished. The team has many accomplishments, including keeping the brand alive during these unprecedented times, growing social media channels, working hand in hand with our industry partners to produce compelling content and programming. And the visitor center staff is on track to responsibly serve over 80,000 walk-ins this fiscal year, but no accomplishment bigger in FY21 than taking on the responsibility of marketing and promoting safety and togetherness. And for this, I'm proud of my team. Next slide. And we'll go one more, Dave. Thank you. So what's next? What's next is excitement for the team and our stakeholders. We have a new destination video that will be coming out in FY22, early FY22. Lots of collaboration with sustainability and our fellow destination marketing organizations in Arizona, growing our global brand through ambassadorship and using user-generated content. And of course, taking advantage of all of the markets that will be opening as we get past this pandemic. Next slide. So mine is short and sweet. I thank you for your time this evening, and have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Council, do we have any questions at this time? All right, I'm not seeing anything at this time. Well, Ms. Hanson?
Mayor, I just wanted to thank everybody. As you can see, this is a division that includes a lot of sections, and we have a lot of work that we do. So this went a little bit longer, but I hope that it was great information, and I want you to know that we are here at all times to do whatever you need us to do. We are definitely working to help the community always and enhancing quality of life. So again, thank you for your time and your attention today.
Yeah, thank you, Director Hansen, and thank you to your team. At this time, I think it would be a good time to take a short break before we get into carbon neutrality. It's 4:42 now. Let's start back up at 4:55. I'll see you here in a bit.
Mayor, we are streaming.
Excellent. Well, we are down to agenda item number 9, which is our carbon neutrality plan draft review. City staff, take it away.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I am pleased to be here to present the draft carbon neutrality plan to the City Council. I'm here this afternoon with members of the sustainability team, including Jenny Neiman, our climate specialist, and Ramon Alatorre, our climate and energy coordinator. Before we start the presentation, I do want to let you know that I've made a few modifications to the presentation. There are minor changes to the text of slides 3 and 4, and I've also added slides 22, 24, and 32 to hopefully provide some clarity on information and next steps. Our presentation this afternoon will highlight and discuss a few things. We will have a quick reminder of the path to carbon neutrality. We will then highlight the work that staff has been focused on since the climate emergency declaration passed last summer. Then we begin a review of the draft carbon neutrality plan. Following that, we will dive into the 2 proposed scenarios for your consideration. And lastly, we will request direction from the City Council on which scenario you would prefer to have staff focus on. Council, you may find points in the slide familiar, as I would be remiss if I did not mention them each time we discuss carbon neutrality. It will be difficult to achieve carbon neutrality, and it will require bold action and sustained commitment. We will need to incorporate carbon neutrality into our decision-making processes. As a city organization, we will need to revisit existing policies that unintentionally create hurdles towards carbon neutrality. And most importantly, carbon neutrality will require a framework for action that is constantly evolving, a framework that can respond to changing conditions and opportunities. That framework is the carbon neutrality plan. Since our last update to the City Council this past January, sustainability staff has analyzed the good work of the 2018 Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and calibrated numerous actions within that plan to help accelerate carbon neutrality by 2030. Staff continue to engage with the community through numerous presentations to community groups and organizations, virtual open houses, questions and answer sessions, social media campaigns, and public surveys. Since January, we were able to reach an additional 430 plus community members, bringing our total to 1,760 members of our community that were engaged with the carbon neutrality discussions and process. The 2 surveys that were released on carbon neutrality drew more than 830 community responses. Additionally, we've conducted 14 presentations to more than 170 people through city commissions. We've made 17 presentations to community organizations with over 530 participants in attendance. We've hosted community climate emergency open houses with 158 attendees and climate emergency forums with 47 attendees. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Flagstaff community that have been engaged throughout this process. This is the community's voice in a virtual setting, and we're really proud to bring forward the information to you this evening. And all the while, sustainability staff have maintained our commitment to climate action and continued our ongoing climate-related work.
We're now going to move into a review of the carbon neutrality plan. The plan is a framework for action. It is intentionally designed to incorporate overarching strategies as well as very specific strategies. This will allow us to respond quickly to changing conditions and a variety of opportunities, such as adopting new technologies or securing funding for initiatives. If the carbon neutrality plan is adopted, it will formally replace the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan as the city's guiding climate action document. The vision of the carbon neutrality plan was framed by the Climate Emergency Declaration and the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. It's a vision of possibility and ambitious action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to build community resilience, and for all community members to experience a higher quality of life. This necessitates a transformation that involves the entire community, that is supported by collaborations with regional and tribal partners, and prioritizes an equitable transition toward carbon neutrality for our most vulnerable community members. The plan sets 3 overarching goals. The first is to achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2030. The second is to prepare Flagstaff's communities, systems, and resources to be resilient to the impacts of climate change. And the third is to address climate change in a manner that prioritizes community members most impacted while ensuring the cost and benefits of adaptation and mitigation are equally distributed throughout our community. With that, I'd like to hand the presentation off to Jenny Neiman, our climate specialist.
Thank you so much, Nicole, and want to confirm that you can hear me.
Yep, you're good.
Thank you so much, Mayor Deasy. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am thrilled to talk to you about the elements of our approach to carbon neutrality tonight. I'm going to take about 15 minutes and talk through the 4 key actions that summarize our approach. If you'd like to reference your draft plan while I review this, you can start on page 24. That's called the Path to Carbon Neutrality. That is page 24 of your plan, not the agenda packet, just FYI. So first, these 4 key actions. They represent how we will organize our work. Under each action, we have target areas, and these target areas are not new. Nicole discussed them with Council in October and January. We've simply reorganized them to hopefully make them easier to understand. The key action areas are our neighborhoods. So thinking about how we use land and the transportation systems that connect us, as well as underlying concepts of equity and resilience. Our energy sources. So thinking about what fuels we use in our homes and our vehicles and what mix of energy goes into our electricity. And then our consumption. This is about the energy that we use in our buildings and the materials that we consume in our everyday lives, as well as how we dispose of them. Finally, we have our commitment. This is how we balance it all out with carbon sequestration. I'm going to go through these key actions one by one, but feel free to refer to this as the honeycomb if you'd like to for us to return to this concept. First, we have strengthening our neighborhoods. This one's a bit different than the others because it includes the overarching goals of resilience and equity. These areas were just discussed by Nicole. I'm going to go a little bit into more detail for them. They are critical to plan implementation. While these goals will be incorporated throughout our carbon neutrality work, we group them into our key actions to make sure we didn't lose sight of them in this conversation about what we're really doing for carbon neutrality. And as Nicole said, first we want to make sure that we're creating equitable systems. This means that the work we do to reach carbon neutrality must be fair, transparent, accessible, and empowering. We need to make sure that we're not causing harm. We also want to make sure our programs are accessible to all members of the community and that really everyone can be benefited by the actions that we're going to take to get to carbon neutrality. This is in line with the Climate Emergency Declaration and its focus on vulnerable communities. Equity also involves action involves efforts beyond climate action. So this is about the city's actions in general and making sure that they're conducive to a more equitable place to live and expanded opportunity for all. Because climate and justice are intricately connected and our world changes, we need to make sure that we are prepared with a just and a more level playing field that can help folks adapt to the challenge of climate change. That brings us to community resilience. This is where we incorporate adaptation, are preparing for and responding to change. This was the second focus of our 2018 CAP. And we know that adaptation must be integrated into all of our actions. We can't be planning for the world as we know it today. Rather, we must plan for shifting circumstances and more disruptive events. This requires that our work does two things. First, it must be future-proof. We must be able to perform among disruptive events and changing norms. We also must help our community members to evolve. This might look like programs that are as simple as helping neighbors to get to know one another. When that happens, we're increasing social capital in our neighborhoods, and we're making our neighborhoods stronger so that they can rely on each other in disasters or during disruptive events. The other part might be initiatives that help businesses to adapt to change in our seasons or our economy. Community resilience will strengthen our neighborhood. It's going to help us prepare for change and not only bounce back from events, but actually bounce forward, using challenges to help us actually become stronger as a result. Beyond those two big ideas, the target that we address here in this action area is decreased dependence on cars. This target focuses on two different concepts, our transportation system, but also our land use. And I just want to clarify, when I refer to land use, we mean the way that we use land. So the underlying codes, what's actually built where, and how our different neighborhoods are formed and how they relate to each other. In many ways, land use actually dictates how we get around town, not the transportation system. It has really important implications for how we use our roads, right? And how we rely on cars. So decreased dependence on cars is our first target area, as I just said. And for each target area of action, I'm going to go through the strategies in that draft plan. We really want to make sure we're all on the same page at how we accomplish each of these strategies in these overarching action areas. But before I get started, I want to explain the draft plan structure. Each target lays out what we want to achieve. We want to achieve decreased dependence on cars. For each target, we provide what this means, as you see here on this slide. And we used these in the past when we talked to council, but we've kind of rewritten them as kind of a will statement. We will achieve clean energy. This is really just to reflect what is written in the draft plan at the start of each target area. Next, we have our strategies. This is the meat of the plan, the meat of our carbon neutrality work. Each target area has in between 1 and 7 strategies. We did try and keep these short. These strategies are general guidelines for how we will achieve that will statement. They're a broad look at the direction that we're going to be walking in and what we'll do to achieve our goals. So for clean energy, for example, one strategy is to install more solar on existing buildings in Flagstaff. Under waste, one strategy is to better manage emissions from our landfill. We don't get into specifics of exactly how we will get the more solar panels on roofs. The technology, our implementation options, and our policy landscape is constantly changing really, really quickly. And this means it wouldn't be really productive to try and guess exactly how we'll get there. Rather, we want everyone to be on the same page on what we're trying to do, which is more solar on roofs for the goal of cleaner electricity. So to illustrate what the future could look like, in the draft plan, we outlined some examples of how the goals might be achieved. These aren't written on these slides tonight, but I will call them out as we have a chance. These are called opportunities for action in the draft plan. And we detail these for each strategy. They lay out what sorts of programs and projects could be necessary as we implement that strategy. And so again, under clean electricity, we talk about a specific solar project for Red Gap Ranch, as well as tools that we could use to get more solar on buildings. But I hope you keep in mind that these are just a few opportunities. They don't represent the entire, policy universe of things that we could do. And it also doesn't mean we'll definitely end up going with one specific policy tool that might be mentioned here. Rather, it's to give you a general idea of what this could look like. So the first strategy, finally getting into it, that I'm going to talk about is decreasing dependence on cars. And this one is really about, when we think about our transportation system, what does that mean, right? Right now, we depend on cars a lot in our community. I'll venture to say that most on this call use cars for many, if not all, of our daily tasks. We also know that about 1/3 of folks do not drive. This can be due to their age, maybe they're very young or very old, due to a disability, or maybe even by choice. So it's certainly an equity issue to make it easier for those folks to get around town. Yet we also want to remember that we want to shift to walking, biking, and the bus because it's fun. It's good for us overall. It makes us happier. It makes us healthier. It also, really importantly, makes living here more affordable when folks don't have to spend thousands of dollars every year on car ownership and fuel. We know that folks already live here without cars, some because of income constraints. So that's kind of the background. The first strategy here is transforming our transportation and land use systems. We really mean transform. This is the big shift that we've talked about in the past. This is changing the way that we plan our transportation systems, but also our land use, and fundamentally transforming the way that we do business. The second strategy is about encouraging vibrancy and appropriate density. This is about new neighborhoods. It's also about existing neighborhoods and thinking about, what do our existing neighborhoods look like? What can be done with that space? We have a lot of space in Flagstaff for single family homes. Could we be doing more with that? Can we think about making it easier to build small houses in backyards or duplexes or even corner stores where they might be available? Perhaps my neighbor could build a small house, what's called an accessory dwelling unit, in their backyard. He and I enjoy a pretty easy bike ride downtown. That's my commute. If he's able to build a small home there, he can get some rental income. Maybe he can stay in his home longer, but also the one or two folks that might live in that small home, they now get to have that easy downtown bike ride, right? This not only means that we make my neighborhood a little bit more accessible to folks who might be able to afford a small backyard home, but it also means that maybe those folks can ride their bikes every day, and that actually takes a car off the road, decreasing traffic for folks who cannot make that choice. So there's a lot there that we've talked about for a long time with council, but we're really trying to move this forward with this plan. The next strategy in this target area is about the network for for walking and biking, as well as for buses. This gets into infrastructure. Much of this is addressed in the active transportation master plan that council discussed in January. We want to make sure that if you're walking from A to B, that there's a network of sidewalks and crossings that can get you there, and that it's safe and comfortable, because we know people won't make the choice to do that until it's safe and comfortable, right? Until we have those networks. DD4 is about encouragement. This is also in the active transportation master plan, sort of follows the infrastructure. We want to help people change their behavior. DD5 is really important. This is really about policies. It's about how this way that the city works in planning our transportation systems and our developments. One example is, when a building gets built, right? Instead of thinking about all the cars that building will bring, can we kind of flip the conversation and can we ask, we know this is going to bring some cars, but can we decrease the amount of cars that this building brings? Can we make sure this development contributes less to traffic? How can we get these folks on buses? How can we make sure there's long-term bike storage? Can we do all of those things instead of maybe asking for more turn lanes? These are decisions that we make every day, and we just need to work together as a city kind of to move in the same direction so that we can kind of re-envision how those choices affect our transportation system. Finally, supporting transit operations. Mountain Line is the city's partner in providing transit service, and the city can really, work with them to help buses move more easily through our community. Buses can be carrying up to 50 people, right? Sometimes more, and we want to help those buses move more quickly than cars, who might just be carrying one or two people. It's kind of a geometry equation, right? How do we support those buses? Because then when the bus is moving more quickly, people are more likely to get on it. The next part is about avoiding non-attainment status for congestion mitigation and air quality. Non-attainment status is a federal designation, and it means that our air isn't clean as it should be. We're not there. But what we want to think about, what can we do to invest now to avoid that non-attainment status, which will come with costs for our city and our region. Moving on to the next key action area, and I promise we'll go a little bit more quickly through these ones. The transportation is big, as y'all know well. So the next one is our energy sources. This is pretty standard climate action, to be honest. It's electric vehicles, it's solar panels, it's a little bit technology reliant. It's about where we get our energy and the fuels that we use and where. The three target areas are electric mobility, so what's fueling our vehicles, but also what's fueling our buses and bikes. Clean electricity, which is about how we produce the energy, and what energy is available through our electric grid. That electric grid delivers electricity to our homes and powers our lights and the computers we're all staring at right now. And then building fuel switching. This is about changing the fuels that we use in our buildings for heating, cooking, and other appliances and moving away from fossil fuels. So first, for electric mobility, this is the first one we'll discuss. It deals with, again, the fuels we put into our cars. But, while we often talk about electric vehicles, and probably in the past, times we've talked with council, we've referred to it that way, we really want to reframe this as electric mobility to reinforce, first of all, we want fewer cars on the road, right? We want to depend less on cars. And we want to emphasize that other modes are being rapidly electrified. This includes buses and bikes, as well as vehicles. The technology is moving really quickly. It's a really exciting time for all vehicles in this space. And we're getting a lot of new options for low carbon electrification. So first, we want to look at our buses. Mountain Line is already working on transitioning its fleet. It's getting ready to start piloting its first electric vehicles. We're really excited about that. We also want to partner with NAU as well as FUSD and look at the school buses in our community. Next strategy is talking about electric micromobility. Electric micromobility, bit of a mouthful, but it includes really any small device that helps folks get around town. You have probably seen hoverboards in town. Sounds crazy, but that's what they refer to, like a lot of kids have them. They're already in our community. You can go get them at the store for fairly inexpensively. Folks now have electric scooters and Segways, and there's these things called one wheels and new technology coming out every day. And they're popular because they help folks move quickly. Right? They're awesome because they take really a very small amount of electricity to help folks move, especially when you consider, sometimes we move, a 1-ton vehicle just for ourselves, right? And just for a short distance. So finally, we want to talk about electric vehicles. We want to support residents, businesses, and institutions in this transition. First, we want to focus most on the vehicles that drive the most. Sometimes this is fleet vehicles, sometimes it's other vehicles in our community, but really looking at who's getting the most miles. Let's help them electrify first, right? What's really exciting is we're really helped by industry advancements in this regard when looking at EVs. They are becoming quickly cost comparable with conventional vehicles. If, we tell people the electricity that you get to power your car is kind of like buying fuel for $1 a gallon. It's really important to remember when we're having this conversation, though, that EVs is tied to reducing dependence on our cars and reducing the vehicles that we travel. We must first focus on that, right, and then work to electrify those remaining miles on the road. That actually makes electrification easier because we're dealing with fewer vehicles. Next up is clean electricity. We've talked about this one a lot. Electricity is wonderful. It has the ability to get cleaner over time. We've got a little bit of renewable on our grid right now, but the great thing is that we're only going to have more with every passing year. The good news is that solar is the least expensive source of energy, not currently, but in history that we've ever seen. And so the grid is going to start to shift rapidly. The first step here is that the first strategy, we need 100% renewable electricity for all City of Flagstaff municipal electricity needs. One of the opportunities for action that we mentioned here is the potential Red Gap Ranch solar project. The second item is renewable energy in new buildings. And so how can we get solar on roofs when a building is being built? That's the cheapest time to get solar. This also has resilience benefits. Again, we're trying to do things that have benefits for resilience, equity, and mitigation. So with solar on your roof, maybe you have a battery. You have a lot higher ability to weather a prolonged power outage in your home. The next strategy here is solar in existing buildings. This might be done through a solar purchasing co-op like Solar United Neighbors, which is recently launched in Flagstaff, or other ways to help folks get solar on their roofs. I'd really be remiss here if I didn't mention that there's a lot of economic development opportunity here. There's a lot of jobs through all of that activity, and we're really excited to see how the market and perhaps help from the city can transform this energy landscape. The next target area is building fuel switching. This is also sometimes referred to electrification and specifically electrification for buildings. So the bottom line is that Flagstaff needs to switch our building fuels from fossil fuels to electricity. And when I say fossil fuels here, I'm mainly talking about natural gas and propane. This is because natural gas and propane are non-renewable resources. They have very significant greenhouse gas emissions associated with both their extraction and their use. And so what we want to do is help existing buildings and new buildings switch from relying on natural gas to relying on electricity for their heating and appliance needs. This is a switch that's happening across the country, and it's really exciting because it means that when our homes and our electricity are on electricity, our homes and our buildings are on electricity, they can get cleaner and cleaner over time. So what's really critical to remember here is that we have a partner here in APS. APS, our electric utility, has committed to going to 100% carbon-free electricity by the year 2050. This means that regardless of what the city of Flagstaff does, if all stays on track, the electricity coming into our homes and powering these computers will be 100% carbon-free in 2050. So if my water heater and my stove are on electricity at that time, they will be carbon-free in that year. And that's a really powerful thing. So our strategies here are pretty similar to cleaner electricity. We want to look at new buildings, existing buildings, and then the city walking the talk. So the first is existing buildings. How do we help folks transition their stoves and their water heaters and maybe their furnaces to electricity? Then we want to think about new buildings. We are limited in the state of Arizona from banning natural gas in new buildings or neighborhoods. That is one constraint that we have. Some cities have started to do this in other states. And so we can't mandate electrification. We can do a lot to encourage it, though, and help folks to make this switch on their own. But the third strategy is removing natural gas from the city's buildings and operations to the extent that it's feasible. And finally, we know we have a lot of training to do and education to do. We need to talk with community members and help them understand the need for this switch and the benefits that can come from it. And then we really want to help our contractor workforce get prepared for this switch and think about the jobs that can come from it. All right, our next key action is consumption. This is about how we manage both energy use and materials. It builds on the work that we've long done in the sustainability section, but it really accelerates it. There are two target areas here. Reduce building energy use is a really important goal. The cheapest way to reduce emissions from our energy is actually through old-fashioned energy efficiency. It's been around for a long time for a reason, and it's pretty, no one really disagrees with it. This is about how do we use less energy in our homes and other buildings through technology and just through building smart. Sustainable consumption and waste management is the next, and it's about the materials that we use in our daily lives, how we can change what we consume so that it's maybe more local and definitely less impactful. So first, reduce building energy use. We want to work on our new homes. We want to achieve net zero homes in Flagstaff. This is realistic and it's achievable. California already requires net zero energy homes. And today there are already net zero energy ready homes being built for entire Flagstaff neighborhoods by developers. This isn't the kind of one-off home, but kind of on scale. And this is because it's what the market is asking for. Second here is reducing building energy use in existing buildings. This helps residents save money by saving energy. This has equity implications. We know that low-income households spend a much larger portion of their income on energy, and this is particularly hard in the winter when a lot of folks face what we call energy poverty. Finally, BE3 is about us doing our job at the city to walk the talk and achieve net zero facilities. All right. Sustainable consumption and waste. First, I want to talk about consumption. We know that consumption is most of the problem. 90% of the impact of a bottle of water, let's say, is from the production of it and getting it to the store. 10% of that income is addressed through recycling. So we always start with consumption. We need to continue our existing efforts on behavior change and really need getting folks to rethink their consumption. Then we need to think about the waste. So our first strategy is actually about the landfill. We have some really exciting options here mentioned in the opportunities. Through flaring, we know we can actually reduce most of our emissions from the landfill. Then we want to work on that consumption piece, everything from encouraging, reuse to thinking about what we buy in town. And then we want to divert more from the landfill, and this will happen through recycling and other efforts. Finally, we have our commitment. This commitment refers to Council's goal of carbon neutrality that was set in the Climate Emergency Declaration. Carbon neutrality is a commitment to reducing our impact to zero or neutral. And so this action area discusses how to get there. There's just one target area under this, and it's carbon sequestration. Carbon sequestration balances the scales in a way. It helps us ensure that our emissions are offset by emission reductions, leading to neutrality. And sequestration is a really different target than others because all of the others here in this honeycomb, they reduce emissions. Sequestration is about taking care of what's left and balancing out that equation. It's kind of the last step to make sure we're upholding our commitment. So to achieve carbon sequestration, we will measure the emissions that we'll still have in 2030, and then we'll balance that out with emissions removal. It's actually removing emissions from the atmosphere. We need to pull together negative emissions projects. Ideally, they're in Northern Arizona, right? Ideally, they benefit our local or our regional economy. This will involve looking at things like regenerative agriculture, thinking about land we have available at Red Gap Ranch, and also working with partners to figure out what other sequestration can happen through our forests or through our open lands in Northern Arizona. Again, here we're trying to remove emissions from the atmosphere. And just to dive into this a little bit more, this is a new slide that wasn't in your packet. And I want to talk about filling that gap because carbon sequestration, it's really important to remember, it must be a part of any carbon neutrality portfolio. We simply will not achieve zero emissions by 2030. We're not sure if we ever will, right? We know we will always have some emissions. And so, we need to do that balancing. This image is from the draft plan on the right, and I hope it can help visualize it. We will still have emissions in 2030, as we've said. There will still be many, non-electric cars that are driven in our community. There's going to be plenty of homes that are still using natural gas. And so that's kind of on the left side of this scale. We then need to balance them with emissions removal. This could look like a lot of different things. We want it to really look like sequestration. And that's what's on the right side, right? Removing emissions from the air. So it's worth noting that we've actually passed the point where the world can only rely on emissions reductions, and the kind of international consensus is that no matter what, we need removal. So we're not the only folks who are looking at sequestration and what we do here. Ramon's going to talk a little bit more about sequestration and kind of that balancing act and those balancing complicated equations, and he'll do that in the next section. But for now, Nicole, I am happy to hand it back to you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jenny. So with the input of technical experts and the community, sustainability staff have developed 2 scenarios for action for the council to consider. Both scenarios achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2030. Scenarios A and B are similarly aligned. Scenario A is more heavily focused on energy and transportation, while scenario B is more heavily focused on carbon sequestration. Now I'd like to introduce Ramon Alatorre, our Climate and Energy Coordinator, to walk the council through the 2 scenarios. All right, Ramon, take it away.
Great, thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to start by making a note that this is another one of those new slides that was added to the presentation in the last couple of days and may not be in your agenda packet. Before discussing scenario A and scenario B, we did want to take you back to the original wedge model that we've been using to frame the carbon neutrality conversation, both with council and with the community. The wedge diagram you see here was our what might be possible scenario. It represented a sort of maximum reduction scenario if our leadership and community were committed to prioritizing reductions locally, if we were willing to pursue ambitious transformative change, and then if everything went exactly right. The black line at the top represents the business as usual projection for community emissions, assuming that no action is taken. Without action, we would expect emissions to increase in all sectors as populations grow, the vehicle miles driven on our roads continue to increase, more homes and buildings consume more energy, and consumption and waste also increase. In order to achieve carbon neutrality or net zero emissions, we will need a combination of local reductions and negative emissions initiatives to fill the space between the business as usual line and zero. That means that everything above this bluish green wedge at the bottom of the diagram represents inferred local reductions from actions taken to reduce emissions. The bluish green wedge then represents the magnitude of unavoided emissions still remaining. This is what we would actually measure each year, and this would have to be balanced with an equivalent amount of sequestration, offsets, or other negative emissions initiatives. The percentages then that you see at the top left of this wedge graphic, as well as the ones that follow, will add up to 100. And the specific percentage for each sector represents how much the modeled reductions in that sector will contribute to the overall target of carbon neutrality. You'll see here that even in this maximum reduction, if everything goes right scenario, we expect it to need nearly 185,000 metric tons of carbon sequestration, representing over 21% of the total lift in achieving carbon neutrality. This, as Jenny mentioned, is consistent with all expert analysis. 100% reduction is simply not feasible in 9 years. Before revealing the wedge graphics for scenario A and scenario B, I do want to take a second to highlight some of the major assumptions that were part of this maximum reduction model that have been truthed out in the past few months or otherwise dialed back due to various constraints. First, due to current legislative restrictions, it is unfeasible to see a path to 100% clean and renewable electricity community-wide by 2030. APS currently projects a grid that will be 65% clean, and the marginal improvements on these numbers seen in the models that follow come from local renewable energy projects such as residential, commercial, rooftop solar. Second, in numerous conversations with city staff, we heard that the ambitious target of reducing vehicle miles traveled by 50% was unattainable. Third, the clean vehicles target was determined to be unrealistic on this timeline. These constraints and reality checks required us to turn down the dials from this preliminary wedge. The first scenario offered for your consideration is called Scenario A, and as Nicole mentioned, it deploys more ambition and resources into making local reductions in transportation and energy. Combined, all of the reductions from building energy use, transportation, as well as consumption and waste are projected to complete 44% of the total carbon neutrality lift, leaving 56% of the total lift to be completed by sequestration. The 10% impact achieved by transportation is achieved by first maintaining the vehicle miles traveled levels that were seen in 2019. This has been communicated as the most ambitious VMT reduction target that city staff can conceive. This scenario also projects a 22% impact from building energy reductions, primarily from cleaner electricity, though, as mentioned, not nearly 100% clean and renewable, in addition to ambitious action and resources in the key areas of reduced building energy use, as well as building fuel switching. The second scenario, Scenario B, relies more heavily on the strategy of sequestration. Combined, all reductions from building energy use, transportation, as well as waste and consumption are projected to complete 34% of the total carbon neutrality lift, leaving 66% of the total lift to be completed by sequestration. The 5% impact achieved by transportation is achieved by first allowing VMT levels to increase 12% compared to 2019, which is a 7% reduction from the business as usual projections. This scenario also projects a 17% impact from building energy reductions, once again primarily from cleaner electricity, reduced building energy use, and building fuel switching. Before diving into the differentiated levels of action underlying each scenario, we just want to offer one more set of visuals to put scenario A and B into perspective. While estimating reductions in percentages is certainly important to think about, the bottom line is that the thing that will actually matter, the thing that will be measured each year, is the amount of unavoided, still remaining emissions produced by our community. That is what is projected in this graph, in this case for scenario A. While we would expect to see the remaining emissions dropping each year, again, the bottom line is that come 2029, the still remaining emissions are projected to be a little over 471,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which means that in order to be carbon neutral, we will need to have an equivalent amount of carbon sequestration or other negative emissions initiatives. So with this bottom line emissions remaining framing, we can put scenario A and B on the same graph, and again, we can see the differences. Scenario A has achieved more local emissions reductions in the transportation and building energy sectors, while scenario B will have a sequestration obligation that is projected to be nearly 20% higher. All right, so far we have been talking about scenarios A and B at a high, almost philosophical level. In the next few slides, I want to give you just a couple examples of some of the differentiated actions that were modeled in order to arrive at these outcomes. Specifically, we'll look at one example from the transportation sector and one from the building energy sector, since those are the sectors where the main differences arise. We've actually discussed this particular outcome for on-road transportation already. Scenario A, again, envisions embracing the goal and taking actions to hold vehicle miles traveled at 2019 levels. Scenario B is less aggressive. It imagines allowing a 12% increase in VMT from 2019, which is still a 7% decrease from the business as usual and will also require significant, albeit less ambitious action to achieve. The actions listed in the how we get there rows are just some examples and are not exhaustive. However, they give a flavor of the level of ambition and follow through that will be required. In order to achieve either scenario, appropriate density and infill will need to be pursued. Scenario A imagines a 20% increase, while Scenario B imagines a 10% increase. Somewhat connected to and even unlocked by density, both scenarios envision planning that reduces distance to transit, as well as improving the proximity to daily amenities. This is described in the carbon neutrality plan when discussing 15-minute neighborhood design. And both scenarios will require improved infrastructure for multimodal transportation. Scenario A envisions a fully funded and implemented Active Transportation and Management Plan, or ATMP, by 2030, if not earlier, with the primary bikeways network fully in place. Scenario B also adopts the ATMP, but its potential impact is not yet fully realized. The example of residential retrofits highlights a feature of the modeling that we refer to in the agenda packet as the impact gap. For certain actions, we modeled the goal or outcome, even if the actions identified in the carbon neutrality plan alone would not be enough to achieve the outcome. Ultimately, the different outcomes modeled in Scenario A and Scenario B scale with the current level of municipal ambition and resources. So for residential retrofits, both Scenario A and B envision that the municipal resources currently proposed will support less than half of the total retrofit activity. The level of municipal resources committed is expected to impact local market development, workforce development, and job creation, thus increasing our local capacity to take advantage of programs that are offered by the utilities, the state and federal governments, etc. Still, it should be noted that the absolute impact gap was allowed to be larger when the municipal ambition was greater. For this action specifically, Scenario A envisions the municipality funding the completion of 4,000 retrofits over the next 9 years. The city actually had a retrofit program in the past, and the vision is to retool and relaunch a similar program. Scenario B also envisions relaunching the retrofit program, but funding at a level that allows the program to complete 2,000 retrofits. Both scenarios also envision establishing revolving loan and rebate programs as strategies to help with the financing and incentivizing of retrofit-related actions. In short, for this and other examples in your agenda packet that highlight an impact gap, the projected outcome scales with, but is not fully satisfied by, the ambition and resources provided by the city. The gap will ultimately need to be filled for the model to be realized, either by utility, state or federal programs and funding, by the market, by additional support from the city, or by a combination of all of these options. While we have not created a slide for each of these differentiated actions in Scenario A and Scenario B, we would be happy to discuss others if helpful.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ramon. City Council, we've presented you a fair amount of information and behind the plan details for you to consider this evening. We are now respectfully requesting your direction. As Ramon discussed, Scenario A is more heavily focused on energy and transportation, while Scenario B is more heavily focused on carbon sequestration. In this slide, you'll see that I've included a third option. If the council would prefer to create a more aggressive scenario, this would be your opportunity to direct staff. If this is the case, staff will need your direction on which target areas need to be increased. But before we begin that discussion, I would like to discuss next steps with our final slide. So if the council chooses either Scenario A or B this evening, staff will launch a third public carbon neutrality survey seeking community input on the final plan. We would then propose the final plan to the Sustainability Commission at their March 25th meeting. And then we would return to City Council on April 6th for consideration of formal adoption of the carbon neutrality plan. Following that, we would begin researching and working with consultants on investment strategic planning. If the council were to choose to develop a different scenario, staff would return on that April 6th meeting to discuss the draft and then move forward in a similar fashion, just at a later date. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, this is possible, and again, it will be hard. It has been my honor to bring this item before you on behalf of the Flagstaff community, and it's been an honor to share the presentation with my coworkers and incredible team, Jenny and Ramon. We are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Antonopoulos, and yeah, thank you, sustainability team. We have a few public comments here I'd like to get to before we turn it back onto council. So, Ms. Bobart, do you have the individuals on the line?
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Enoch Jr. Mr. Jr., you can go ahead and speak now.
Hi, hello, council members. I really enjoyed the presentation that was just given. I actually have some points that align with them. So the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Flagstaff is from vehicles. So no version of the Flagstaff carbon neutrality plan is feasible without a drastic reduction in residents' reliance on vehicles. The draft acknowledges this and target number 4, stating a goal of shifting many trips to walking, biking, and the bus. However, the draft does not acknowledge what it would take to do so, such as a significant change in Flagstaff development patterns. So residents can't reduce their reliance on cars unless they are within walking, biking, or a short bus ride distance from amenities. To have a majority of residents close to amenities, you need dense, mixed-use developments. But Flagstaff at the moment has hardly any of these. The zoning code contains many barriers to these developments, and several of the City Council's current priorities, such as the HOH plan, building height limitations, and historic preservation, will put up additional barriers. So if City Council really wants the CNP to succeed, it should address this conflict. Leaving these difficulty policy trade-offs unaddressed gives the impression that the CNP is a political theater and capitalize on residents' positive sentiments for the environmental protection. Thank you.
Thank you for the commentary. Council, do we have any comments or questions for this speaker before we go to the next? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Next caller, Ms. Wilbur. Oh,
I do, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Salas.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't get the name of the speaker. If the speaker is still online, if you could, can you please provide specific recommendations to the plan as you have initially mentioned? And if it's also possible to send us an email of what you previously stated. Thank you.
Yeah, the email with what I just said was sent yesterday. There is a couple of things like in the HOH like that I read, such as limitations on the acres for the rooms, the size of the buildings. I feel like if you want to have a lot of people walking and close to amenities, it would be helpful if you could have them all living within close distance. So if they could have bigger rooms, bigger spaces, and little higher buildings, that would allow for more people living in these areas close to amenities.
Thank you, Mr. Junior. I think we are ready for the next public participant.
Ms. you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Michelle James, the Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff Future. Friends of Flagstaff Future strongly supports the strategies on the draft carbon neutrality plan. We are encouraged by the content of this plan and efforts of the Climate Emergency Steering Committee and the Sustainability Program staff thoughtfully and thoroughly consider the big shifts in our community to move toward carbon neutrality. FCUBE supports scenario A outlined in the carbon neutrality plan, as this is the more ambitious effort to reduce local emissions. With that said, we encourage the Council and the Sustainability Program to develop a more robust scenario that reduces local emissions by more than the 44% obtained in scenario A. FCUBE understands the city can work toward and are paid to sequester the remaining 56% of emissions produced, and by doing so reach 100% carbon neutrality by 2030. Encourage the development of a scenario that reduces emissions by at least 50% or more. Such a scenario would obviously require a big shift in that necessary to implement actions outlined in scenario A, but could it be something our community can achieve? If we as citizens of Flagstaff settle for a less ambitious goal of reducing emissions, are we aiming too low? Perhaps the bigger the challenge, the more likely we as a community will rise to that challenge. Actions in our behavior that are outlined in scenario A are necessary and should not be delayed as our community adapts to our changing future. I feel optimistic that the Flagstaff community can make the bigger shift to a more ambitious scenario. I encourage the Council to consider developing a more aggressive scenario that would reduce emissions by more than that outlined in scenario A. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. James. Do we have any questions from Council? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Ms. James, and we're on to the next public participant.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Joey Bono. Mr. Bono, you can go ahead and speak now.
Very good. Yes, it's Joey Bono. I've lived in our beautiful mountain town for about 19 years now, and I want to commend the sustainability team for their presentation tonight. Although there was no mention of the city municipal fleet being overhauled from liquid, gas, or diesel fuel to electrons, what's the city's plan to overhaul the municipal fleet to zero-emission vehicles? And how will the city utilize city-owned facilities to generate renewable power to operate those zero-emission vehicles, most particularly fully electric vehicles? The presentation previously had mentioned that transportation was up to 70% of greenhouse gas emissions. That is the main problem. Why aren't there any policy prescriptions being drafted and outlined in this presentation that the sustainability team presented today that act to control the municipal fleet emissions? The city's vehicle procurement capabilities are the best and most effective way to control the city's fleet emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bono. Valid questions, and I would like to ask if Ms. Antonopoulos or anyone would like to speak to the work that's being done in that regard, regarding our electrifying our fleet.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Doozy, and thank you so much, Joey. This is absolutely a policy in our plan. Within electrification, we want to think about, we didn't call out the city specifically, but we want to do a vehicle electrification. We already have a practice on the Fleet Management Committee where anytime a vehicle comes forward for purchasing, we look at electric options. My team is involved in that, and we've been able to purchase 2 electric vehicles. I believe they're the last 2 vehicles purchased for the city have been electric vehicles. So we already kind of in practice are considering this. We are also working on a draft policy right now. We're looking at best practices in other cities to kind of put that in stone. But this was already established in the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan in 2018, which is why we didn't spend a ton of time on it here. But we absolutely have that, again, as a practice where we consider that for all of our vehicles. It is most feasible right now in the smaller fleet and sedans and SUVs. We are working with our partners in parks and streets to look at, and as well as fire, right? To look at landfill vehicles, to look at fire engines. Our staff have actually gone on their own to see some of these vehicles in practice. Those are the harder ones. And so we know that's going to take a little bit more time. But again, on the sedan side, we're already really doing it in practice, and we're working on cementing that policy.
Thank you, Ms. Neiman. Ms. Antonopoulos, would you like to comment?
Absolutely. Thank you, Jenny. And just to follow up and build off of the comments that Jenny made, the city is currently in a draft for releasing a energy conservation solicitation. And this would be essentially a performance measure contract that would do energy audits on all city facilities, as well as looking at potential additional projects. This will also include, if there is a successful bidder, also include in that solicitation, the scope of work has, in addition to the audits and performance energy measures that would be implemented, a building electrification plan, as well as looking at a possible plan for electrifying our fleet and how we would actually fund that. So this is very much on our radar. Thank you so much for bringing this up.
Antonopoulos. Council, do we have any questions for the caller before we turn it inward? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Bono. And yeah, Council, if you'd like to start off, we have a couple scenarios here and potentially a more aggressive scenario that we could discuss as well. So I'd like to open up the floor to Council. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I find this discussion a little bit frustrating in that I totally realize that we have a climate crisis. There's no doubt about that. But here we are in a situation where we need to, in effect, rebuild in 9 years our infrastructure and our economy and our land usage and our transportation and everything else that it took well over 100 years to put in place in the first place. So I guess my next thought is, who's going to pay for all these changes? Because there'll be a lot of cost involved. I mean, yes, it'll generate new jobs, but the other side of that same coin is that it costs a lot of money. And then specifically, we talk about sequestration, but I don't see anything specific in it. I mean, I've done some reading on it myself outside of the packet, but do we have any ideas on sequestration and how we would do it? And are they realistic? And are they long-term? In summary, I definitely like Plan A the best, but I'm concerned that Plan B might be a little bit more realistic. So in particular, I just wondering if we have any thoughts about sequestration or the other points I made. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Sustainability team, would you like to respond to Councilmember?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember McCarthy. Absolutely, we do have a lot of research that's already been put into carbon sequestration and/or carbon offsetting. One of the questions that we asked in our 2 surveys regarding the carbon neutrality plan and the climate emergency declaration is a preference for sequestration or offsets. And majority of individuals who took the surveys said that they would like to see carbon sequestration or offsetting projects local. And so we have been researching opportunities for what that could look like. We've already been in preliminary conversations with a nonprofit, third-party verifying agency, if you will. We are having preliminary discussions with researchers on what that could look like for us here in Flagstaff. So absolutely, it is on our radar. It will take capital investment, and we are looking at what those opportunities would be. I did mention right before on that last slide that we will be working with financial analysts to assist us in developing an investment, if you will, strategic plan or investment plan. In that, there will also be cost avoidance. And the monies that we will need to invest could also provide us opportunity to save. So that will be coming back to council. We just need a direction from council on exactly how much the council's appetite was for sequestration versus the big transportation shift and so forth. And from that information, we can work with these investment consultants, pardon me, to assist us in moving forward and bringing that information back to the council.
So
I answered both of your questions, but I think backwards.
Okay. I think that sequestration is an important part of both options. Mm-hmm. So regardless of what you hear tonight, we're going to need some more detail on what can be done on those.
Yes.
All right, I'll leave it at that for now and let other council members chime in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Hi, thank you. And thank you to the sustainability team. I had a question for Nicole on sequestration, and I think the best way for me to phrase it is the tipping point, because I'm hearing and through looking into this that there is a capacity with sequestration, and when we reach that, the process becomes opposite in the ecosystems release carbon instead of storing it. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Mayor and Councilmember Sweet, I would have to look into that and provide follow-up on that. I have not actually read anything similar to that, so I'm not familiar with that context.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
And thanks. So my second part is, I realize that carbon sequestration is an important component to the carbon neutrality plan, but I do believe that the focus should rely more on our local behavior and the shift that needs to happen within our community. We need to work together and make those bold changes that we keep talking about to our behaviors that affect climate change. So, I understand this journey won't be easy, and it may be a little uncomfortable as we push our boundaries. But for me, I'm looking at scenario A as my option that I would like to see happen. I think it would be best for the long haul. So thank you for all of the information. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nicole and Jenny, and everyone who's been working so hard on this. This is very exciting, and I think you've all come up with two incredibly thoughtful, detailed, and trailblazing scenarios here. I guess I'm one of the old hands on deck here at Council these days, and you've all heard me speak about carbon neutrality and the climate emergency and the crisis we're facing at length before. So I don't want to repeat too much of myself tonight, but I do have some thoughts to share as I zero in towards a particular strategy here. I think that, undoubtedly both of these scenarios present our city and our residents with serious challenges in terms of requiring everyone to shift their thinking and behavior. I like to talk about going on a diet. We're going on a community-wide diet, and while diets are embarked upon because of their positive health and well-being outcomes, they're always almost embarked upon with serious trepidation and anxiety, some doubt and uncertainty. And this is a diet that we can't afford not to go on, though. So, according to our unanimous declaration that we're experiencing a climate crisis, it's no longer debatable. We've already had the heart attack. And here we are, we're still eating cheeseburgers, right? And we've heard from our team that the strategy we need is a combination of weight loss and exercise. We have to reduce calories in, and we have to burn more calories. The question is, how do we balance those approaches for the best success outcomes and the most sustainability? So I want to do this right. I want to do it in a way that's actually achievable. I'm not in this for platitudes or political points. In short, this can't be a gimmick diet. So I'm actually finding it very difficult to decide between the scenarios. Scenario A in places feels unrealistic to me. I'll tell you, I'm walking 6 miles every single day in 2021 right now, snow or shine. But I live in Ponderosa Trails, where access to the center of town is quite challenging for a pedestrian or a cyclist. Mountain Line doesn't have stops in my neighborhood. I live at the elevation of the airport, which is actually higher than Mars Hill, by the way. I own an electric bike and have a hybrid vehicle. Yet it's very difficult for me to imagine myself grocery shopping by foot or by bike, even on the best weather days, because of where I live. And likewise, heading to work or schlepping kids to school on a regular basis without a car just seems implausible. And I'm sure that many who live in Flagstaff will agree with this sentiment. But I don't want to focus too much on those transportation issues, because I think we can solve them. And I think this is about a shared aggregate experience around Flagstaff and shouldn't be focused on one person's particular challenges or obstacles, right? And I didn't run for council and knock on several thousand doors and have countless conversations with constituents and brand myself as a climate candidate, only to fail to engage my own imagination at the last minute. So I'm actually leaning toward, and I'm going to recommend scenario A. With all else being equal, and both scenarios will seem implausibly hard at times, I think we need to send the strongest message possible. I think we need to show national and global leadership. I think we have an opportunity to send a shockwave around the country and the world with this. I think we should give other trailblazers hope and inspiration by doing this. You know, all of that said, we either tackle this in full faith and do it right, or we shouldn't proceed at all. And I want to talk for a moment about the equity elements of this. I'm glad they've been mentioned. Our previous mayor was very quick to always champion the equity issues involved in sustainability, and rightfully so. And we need to keep those conversations at the forefront of this. And we need to bring everybody along, and we need to make sure that no one group is being unfairly burdened by this transition. We're all on this diet together. But I think that our team does genuinely have this in mind. And I have full confidence in Nicole and Jenny and our sustainability team and our city manager and his office to really tackle this with full faith and vigor and do the best we can with all of the various obstacles we can see that we have now, that we can see coming, and the ones that will surprise us along the way. So, you know, no diet is easy, and this one will definitely have its challenges, but I believe in being bold and putting one foot in front of the other and showing some leadership along the way. And I pledge to be there myself, stepping on the scale along with everyone else with full transparency, figuring out how to use my car less, even up here by the airport, for example. You know, I think we can reach these goals, as ambitious as they are, and as bold and as daring as scenario A is. And maybe others will take notice along the way.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you.
Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you to our stellar staff, Nicole, Jenny, and Ramon. Very, very important, significant presentation. Just a quick introduction of my background in policy. I was part of the Philippine Congressional Task Force, or the congressional staff that worked on the Clean Air Act that was passed in Philippine Congress in 1999. It took 5 years. 5 years. So just, you know, the Philippine Clean Air Act, you know, is this national policy to promote and maintain clean air for all. And that meant, you know, energy efficient buildings, reduction in waste, incineration, safe and affordable access to public transportation, including pedestrian and cycling networks, and access to clean, affordable fuels. 5 years. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to attend the Zoom conference with the National League of Cities, and I had the opportunity to listen to the White House National Climate Advisor, who pointed out that we have to be very mindful and conscious about income disparity and climate action. We've heard Council Member Aslan mentioned, you know, former Mayor Evans constantly talking about equity in our climate action. About a month ago, I saw Jan Kerry, who spoke about the increasing stake with climate action. We can be carbon neutral by tomorrow, but 90% of carbon emission happens outside the United States. So with all that said, I am not ready to precipitously select what Plan A or Plan B or Plan C to move forward to. We received the full draft of the carbon neutrality plan in last Friday, so I need more time to read and digest and also vet to our stakeholders. That means stakeholders from our community partners. When it comes to transportation planning, we need to vet it through to ADOT, through NAPTA, to the Metro Plan. Last week, we had a discussion on our Metro Plan, which is the Greater Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization. It's an interagency organization involving ADOT, the county, NAPTA, NAU. I believe that's it. That's it. And we talk about Milton Corridor Master Plan. And sidewalks and pedestrian and cycling lanes are considered as a negative impact to traffic operations from an ADOT perspective. We need to involve our primary stakeholders like our neighborhood associations and HOAs, because we talk about empowering neighborhoods. We need to vet our business owners, how all of these strategies impact the way they do business and the cost of doing business in Flagstaff. We need to vet with our other community partners, like our education partners and the county. And most of all, we need to fully vet this to the entire community of Flagstaff. And of course, in my mind, I also, when I look at these strategies, I look at cost, indirect and indirect costs to individual residents, to specific users, cost to the city, and to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the sustainability team. Jenny, I brought my bike behind me. I don't know if you can see that. Those are my handlebars. I did ride to work today to join this meeting, and I'm doing my best to lead by example. So want to just mention that. I did read through the carbon neutrality plan, and it is overwhelming. There is a lot that we have to take on, and I think the community understands that and understands the gravity of what we're doing, and so do we. And now that the rubber is starting to hit the road, I think that we got a lot of work to do. And as Councilmember, I want to say McCarthy said, it's going to come down to where is the money going to come from, and how are we going to see these things through, and what's realistic, as Councilmember Aslan said, and what can we really do. So I do have a few comments. I wanted just to start off by thanking the community for all of the engagement that they've been doing throughout this process. Tonight and throughout the past, I think that this has been an excellent community involving process, and Nicole and your team has done an excellent job of being inclusive and engaging of the community at large. I do serve on the Mountain Line board, and we are talking about electric buses. We did receive a grant to receive the bus for free, at least the first couple, but the charging of those buses is on us, and the infrastructure is on us, and it's costly, and it's tough, especially as you're trying to improve systems and do better as it is. But as the public comment from Mr. Bono said, I think we need to really look in the mirror as a city and with this council and with the city leadership, and figure out where can we move forward as a team, as a city, And so ideas like Red Gap Ranch, I think, are a great start. I think that's a huge, ambitious undertaking, but I think we can achieve it. But I'm also thinking about transportation, and I'm thinking about our capital improvement projects. I'm thinking about our 5-year plan. I'm thinking about, how can we best integrate public, pedestrian, and bicycle infrastructure into those projects on the capital improvement plan. I'm thinking about the active transportation master plan, which hopefully will be going to public review, the 60-day public review in mid-May, I believe it is, mid-May. But stay posted for that. That's being pushed very, very strongly by staff, and we're hoping that goes out to the public in mid-May. So that's a huge plan, and if it does get funded and the bikeways document within that gets funded, we can create the infrastructure to allow folks to leave their cars at home when they can and take their bikes safely and not risk their lives as I do when I ride my bike. I think we need to be flexible with our infrastructure, and this is kind of talking to our team internally and saying, as grants become available at the federal level for infrastructure for first and last mile and alternative modes of transportation, which seems to be a focal point for the federal government, we need to be ready. We need to be expecting those grant opportunities to arise and have that flexibility within our capital improvement plan to accommodate them in real time and implement that grant funding opportunity into what we do on a year-to-year basis, rather than saying it's just not part of the plan. And so that's an internal conversation I'm planning to have with staff, just to let everybody know. And I'm hoping that staff embraces those values and can run with these ideas. I think that we need to continue to have a strong outreach plan to adjust the culture, the big diet that Councilmember Aslan talked about, or what we're calling the big shift. I think that the awareness and the education component is huge, for folks to understand where their food is coming from, what kind of impact their actions have, and understand their role in all of this, especially focusing on youth, which I know Nicole and your team are very much working towards right now, which is great. But we need a very strong outreach plan, and I plan to help continue to push for that. I think we definitely need to continue to work with our partners, as Councilmember Salas was kind of talking to a little bit, and work on our relationships. And I'm thinking about our business community. I'm thinking about our nonprofits. I'm thinking about the university and our developments, just the entire community at large. We need to leverage our relationships, work on our relationships, and work together, because if we're out there leading the charge, but no one's following us, what good is that, right? So we really need the buy-in, and that's going to be done through a lot of time and work and relationships. And things like the Solar United Neighbors, that program, which I believe is still accepting folks who want to join to put solar on your private residence, is a great example of that kind of partnership. And that program has been extremely successful thus far. And then I just wanted to say in closing, my last point is, you know, a lot of the things we're talking about, from Solar United Neighbors to electric vehicles, home ownership, I don't know if I'm going to be someone that can fit in that category. I don't know if I'm ever going to have a home in Flagstaff that I can put panels on top of. You know, I don't know if I'm going to ever be able to buy an electric vehicle. And so as we move forward with these ideas and these plans, I just want to make a point that we should be conscious and aware of those who can't afford to do that, those who can't afford a vehicle in the first place or a home to call their own, that 30% of the residents in Flagstaff that don't have a car. You know, we need to provide alternative modes of transportation, buses, and safe pedestrian infrastructure for them. And so making this community accessible and walkable. Anyways, thank you for listening. Those were my comments. In closing, I'm supportive of option A. I like to be aggressive with this. I like to see us really make the shift. And Nicole, if you have any updates on the ATMP, I'd love to hear it. But I think that really, we need to really focus inward as a city and not work in silos, but work collaboratively and get the buy-in we need to really get us on this path that we want to be on. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you so much. And thank you, staff, for all the work that you have put into this plan. Thank you to all the members of the public who have been so involved in the plan and have shared their expertise and their ideas. This is an exciting place to be. Couple thoughts. You know, we've been talking about the cost of doing this, and there's no doubt that there are going to be significant costs associated with taking some of these measures. But what we haven't really been talking about are the costs that we will incur if we don't do any of this. And, you know, I believe the climate science, and I believe that without taking aggressive action, that this community, in fact, all communities around the world, are going to be significantly impacted by climate change. So I wanted to make that point. And I would like to see in all future updates and plans coming forward to us, a specific focus on how we will address participation in and impacts on, how we incorporate the impacts to our most vulnerable citizens. And I've heard all of my fellow council say similar things, but I want us to be proactive in talking and thinking and strategizing about how we minimize impacts and in turn improve the quality of life for all of us. And there are so many obstacles to achieving our climate action goals. And in order to make this a reality, we've got to switch our thinking from just focusing on those obstacles to being solution oriented. Because there's no doubt, and no one on this council, I don't think anyone at the city is going to act like this isn't a huge lift for the city of Flagstaff. So it's going to take all of us being solution oriented. And we can't base what we are able to achieve on what today's standards are, what today's development patterns are, because we're going to have to re-envision the way we proceed from here. And so if we get too stuck in thinking, well, we'll never be able to walk to the grocery store, or we'll never, whatever, our thinking's just got to expand. And in terms of feedback, the public has been working on first the original plan and then this update for a couple of years. And staff outlined the amount of participation that went into just this part of the plan. So I feel confident that we have afforded every opportunity for people to be involved and give their input. And that's going to continue, because we're going to run into roadblocks. We're going to need to strategize how to address different problems that maybe we don't even see now, but that pop up in the future. And so this is an ongoing organic process, and we're going to need the entire community to stay involved. This isn't a static plan. So saying all of that, I opt for option A.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I also prefer scenario A, mainly because it does provide the metrics that, maybe just out of reach, but the best work we do is when, the challenge is just at the tip of our fingers. And when looking at this, and when we're considering, 56 versus 66% sequestration, that's what I'm reviewing the slides here. Without a real solid idea on what that would look like with that large of a percent of what we got to do, I think it would be better for us to, stick with scenario A, make that path hit that path as hard as we can. The one area that I am concerned about is the vehicle miles traveled. When we have 5 million visitors and tourists to Flagstaff, with all the vehicles associated, we see it every winter on snow days. We see it in the all summer long. That seems like it's going to be extremely difficult to do. All of them are very ambitious, but with that, I still want to have those metrics as high up there as possible, so that way we can really see how far we can go. So with that, scenario A is my preference as well. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted, with Vice Mayor's comments about the cost of non-action, it just reminded me of the Real to Flag project, which we are so close to seeing through, but at the same time, it feels like we're so far. And I just want to say, the cost of not seeing that project through, Mayor and Council and the community, is close to $1 billion+ if and when that flood does come that puts our Southside downtown areas underwater. So Council and staff and Mayor, we really need leadership now more than ever to see that through. And I know that there's complications with that, and there's action being had in moving that forward. But we really need to double down and see that through, because that is a social justice, local issue, and relevant to this topic more than ever anything else, and just a massive thing that our community in the South Side specifically deserves from us to see through. So I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Well, I am not seeing any further comments and questions, and I think that we have sufficient direction for staff. So we are going to be moving on now to agenda item number 10, which is sustainability and forest health collaborations within the Wildland Fire Management Program. City staff.
Okay, let's see. I just need to share my screen real quick here. Okay, can you guys see that?
Looks good, Neil.
Great, thank you very much. Hello, Mayor. Hello, Mayor Deasy and members of the council. My name is Neil Chapman, Now, I am the Forest Health Supervisor with the Flagstaff Fire Department's Wildland Fire Management Program. This evening now, Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director, and I will provide an update on our wildland fire management and sustainability programs. I have slightly updated the PowerPoint since it was originally attached to the agenda item staff summary. Nothing significant, just a few minor images. So Nicole will set up our conversation with some Coconino County climate predictions, and I will discuss how the Wildland Fire Management Program is responding to the current drought, what community risk reduction projects we're working on in 2021, and introduce an innovative partnership that provides a vision of Flagstaff's future relationship with fire. Okay, Nicole, you're up for the next couple slides.
Thank you. You get to hear me again, City Council. Thank you so much. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. And before Neil and I share programmatic updates, I'd like to provide the Council with a point of reference regarding climate projections, which influences our discussion this evening. The region's climate projections were compiled by the University of Arizona's Climate Assessment for the Southwest, which is part of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Regional Integrated Science and Assessments Program. That's a mouthful. They are also known as CLIMAS. These projections were developed to inform the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan from 2018, as well as the Carbon Neutrality Plan, which we just discussed. For those of you that have followed the city's climate action trajectory, you may recognize this slide. It is an important tool that we've been using to communicate climatic shifts. This graph represents annual average temperatures from 1895 through 2017. The long-term average across these years is 52.3 degrees Fahrenheit. The orange bars indicate years with annual average temperatures above the long-term average. The blue bars indicate years with annual average temperatures below the long-term average. I'll let you sit with that for just a moment. So first, it is normal to have variability. I want to make sure that that's clear in annual average temperatures from year to year, as this graph shows you. However, beginning in 1985 through 2017, which is highlighted by that black circle, all but 7 of those 26 years had annual temperatures above the long-term average. This trend is continuing. As you may recall, last year tied with the year 2016 as the hottest year on record. Next slide, please, Neil. So more graphs. Oh, I'll wait for you. Let's see if that's going to shift.
Oh, hold on. Here we go.
Thank you. So the graphs on the slide in front of you right now represent average temperature and projected days above 90 degrees through the year 2100. These are also projected under different greenhouse gas emissions strategies. Using historical data to project anticipated temperature changes for Coconino County under these different emission scenarios, which has a range of possible futures, including differences in the amount of fossil fuels that we emit or the mitigation practices, as we kind of just discussed. So the gray represents historic data. The red represents projected conditions under a high greenhouse gas emissions scenario, while the orange represents projected conditions under a low emissions scenario. The shading represents the possible range. So the most important takeaway, this is kind of a loud graph, if you will, both of these are, but the most important takeaways from these graphs and this analysis is that we can say with a high level of confidence that the direction is towards warming. With average temperatures for Arizona by 2100 to be as much as 4 to 14 degrees Fahrenheit higher than today. Next slide, please, Neil. So what does this all mean? For precipitation, it means a lot. Local climate models do not project decreases in overall precipitation. That's a really important fact here. But they do predict a change in the type of precipitation that is shown in this graph. Again, a lot of information and data points in this graph, But in the last 15 years, we have shifted from 50% of our precipitation falling as snow to only 20% of our precipitation falling as snow. This has significant implications on forest health and drought. So as our local and global climate warms, this will lead to increased evaporation and much drier conditions. So our minimum temperatures are increasing, and we are experiencing fewer days per year below freezing. So together, those drier conditions and warmer minimum temperatures will lead to shifts in our precipitation from snowfall to rainfall. So this is just, again, background information as we move into some further dialogue. And I'll hand the presentation back to you, Neil. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. So as you can see, our predictions of what's going to happen in our forest are changing. And our community can be significantly impacted by unmanaged catastrophic wildfire. This is why the Wildland Fire Management Program is a core service effort. Our mission is clear: protect Flagstaff and its priority watersheds from the effects of catastrophic wildfire. And we work towards this mission by collaborating with multiple departments within the city and many external partners. This program is a unique municipal government function and is considered a regional and national model of community investment. Aligning our wildland fire management work with the environmental stewardship and safe and healthy community priorities is picking at low-hanging fruit. Our work directly contributes to all 7 key community priorities. So how are we responding to the information that Nicole just presented? Well, coming up in late April, early May, we're still waiting on a date for that because we have a lot of partners involved. Paul Otrogi, our wildland fire manager, will be presenting our annual wildfire outlook to council. Interagency calls and communications with fire and fuel experts are taking place on a weekly basis during the fire season. Paul Otrogi is the current chair of the Ponderosa Fire Advisory Committee, the cooperative group of wildland fire and emergency management agencies in the greater Flagstaff area. I lead the Watershed Protection Partnership with Jake Dahlin, Timber Staff Officer on the Flagstaff Ranger District of the Coconino National Forest. I'm on the board of the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership, the steering committee and industry work groups within the Forest Restoration Initiative. And you know, my intent here is really just to demonstrate that wildland fire management staff do more than support collaborative efforts. We influence the outcomes of these collaborative efforts. Due to the recently adopted Water Resource and Infrastructure Protection Fee, the Wildland Fire Management Program is in a better position to adapt to the now year-round fire risk. The stable, reliable funding source allows us to determine when and where resources are best allocated to protect our community forests, watersheds, and infrastructure. And the best time to invest in community Firewise efforts is yesterday, and Flagstaff has been a national leader in Firewise investments for over 20 years. Watershed fire risk reduction efforts with the U.S. Forest Service continue to be aligned with the scale of the problem, and Geraldine Byrne, Firewise specialist, has certified 6 Flagstaff neighborhoods as Firewise, with 2 more incoming this year. I just threw this picture in. I'd like to demonstrate again some of the ecological changes that have taken place in our forests over the last 100 years. That's Walker Lake, just north of Flagstaff, not too far from where the Arizona Trail heads downhill off the peaks before it gets out into the Kendrick Park area. And that's the same photo 100 years apart. Quite a different forest structure we're looking at there. So as this slide demonstrates, watershed protection efforts continue, even as the FWPP bond funds are fully encumbered. So here's a brief update on 6 of our current projects. The Midway Cost Share Agreement is a partnership with the Coconino National Forest, where wildland fire management staff are managing $700,000 in federal funds for Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project and museum fire-related forest restoration projects. This year, Geraldine Byrne is managing 100 acres of private land fuel reductions using a grant from Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management. Since 2015, she's helped secure over $840,000 for city and private land fuel treatments. This fall, City Crew 1 will be wrapping up 200 acres of thinning at Picture Canyon Natural and Cultural Preserve. That one's been a great project, working closely with a lot of folks over from the Sustainability Department, Robert Wallace, the Open Space team. It's been a real group effort over there to make sure that we're doing things right. The Dry Lake Hills Stewardship Contract will be advertised by the Forest Service later this month. Watershed Protection Project funds will be used to fund the implementation of this stewardship contract. If the Forest Service receives acceptable bids, we hope to see implementation start this fall. The Schultz Take timber sale was purchased by Bob Lee and Sons out of Payson in 2020. This project has a 3-year timeline for implementation. And planning efforts continue for the 3,000 acres of FWPP Phase 3 on Mormon Mountain and about 20,000 acres in the Upper Lake Mary area, including an innovative paired watershed study that will help us better understand the impact forest restoration treatments have on water yield. Partners with that include Wildland Fire Management, Water Services, Forest Service, NAU, SRP, and Coconino County. There's a very large area out there for us to work with. It's all NEPA ready and just needs some implementation support. And the issue of wildfire risk reduction efforts always take a team. No one can do this work alone out there. And 3 new collaborations designed to help achieve the Wildland Fire Management mission and vision include our Fall 2021 Prescribed Fire Training Exchange, and engaging with both the Fire Adapted Communities Learning Network and the Indigenous Peoples Burning Network. The 2021 Flagstaff Prescribed Fire Training Exchange will be the first of its kind, held in AZ. Training exchange events mobilize 20+ professional fire staff from around the country for 2 weeks and provide unique opportunities for cross-boundary interagency burning and learning. These events are the backbone of an emerging workforce transformation that envisions an increased capacity of fire staff equally skilled in lighting and managing good fires as they are in suppressing bad fires. The Fire Adapted Community Learning Network helps us access relationships, lessons learned, grants, smoke mitigation strategies, and helps us shape wildfire policy. This group is changing how communities better live with fire across the country. And the Indigenous Peoples Burning Network is a new initiative for us, revitalizing traditional fire practices and leveraging traditional ecological knowledge is important for the community of Flagstaff, as people have been living with fire in this landscape for over 10,000 years. Our 2021 program of work also includes efforts to develop plans and secure funds for community clean air hubs and supporting a Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership effort to develop a one-stop shop website that provides centralized fire information for Flagstaff residents and visitors. This website will be a valuable resource to help everyone make informed decisions regarding their actions when an out-of-control wildfire occurs. We also have an opportunity to engage Flagstaff residents in citizen science projects like the Smoke Sense app, an EPA effort designed to increase awareness of wildfire smoke impacts and mitigation strategies. The study is the first of its kind known to use a mobile application to evaluate health effects from wildfires experienced by those who participate, and to test whether health risks can be communicated effectively through resources and engagement delivered within the app. But this is one we're really excited about. This spring, Wildland Fire Management and Sustainability staff are rolling out Flagstaff's first HEPA air purifier distribution program. We have secured $15,000 in a few small grants to purchase standalone HEPA air purifiers. These air purifiers are about the size of a banker's box and can significantly improve in-home air quality during wildfire and prescribed fire smoke events. Staff time is funded by these grants and will direct distribution efforts towards the most vulnerable community members, and those that qualify will receive a HEPA filter for free. For those that are not eligible, or when all filters are distributed, we are developing a discount option for individual purchases. We expect to be able to distribute up to around 150 air filters. We will also be ramping up our ability to inform the community about other in-home air quality protection strategies. The Fire Adapted Community Learning Network partners that have already developed similar programs have been a great resource for city staff. For example, the city of Ashland, Oregon recently received an $85,000 grant from the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality to distribute over 500 HEPA air purifiers and has already developed an application process that we can work with. This upcoming fall and winter, we will assess this initial effort and, if possible, determine a path forward for additional HEPA filter-based smoke mitigation strategies across Flagstaff and in partnership with Coconino County. As I mentioned earlier, I hope this program helps you understand our vision of what living with fire means for the city of Flagstaff. Mayor Deasy and members of the council, thank you for your time today. Nicole and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. That's really exciting. Congratulations for the grant and with the air purifiers. I heard about that and I got really excited. I know how important that is to a lot of members of our community who are asthmatic and have a lot of troubles during fire season. So thank you. And Ms. Antonopoulos, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Deasy. I just wanted to follow up. I know in the previous presentation, Councilmember Salas mentioned the National League of Cities, and I would be remiss if I did not mention that we did receive a $10,000 grant from the National League of Cities to help launch our Resilient Neighborhoods Network and contribute to the HEPA air air purifier program. And so I just wanted to mention that they are our strong partners, and we just released a press release on that about 2 hours ago. So thank you. And thank you, Neil.
Excellent. Well, Council, I'm not seeing any other comments or questions at this time. Thank you for all the great work you're doing, and we will move along on the agenda. We are down to agenda item number 11, which is our high occupancy housing zoning code update. Staff, take it away. Oh, I'm seeing a request for a break. Let's do that. We can take a little break here. Let's just do 10 minutes. So 6:50, be back here, and we'll get on for the last the last bit of this. Thank you. I'll see you soon. We are ready to go here. Swobar,
we are streaming.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor, we are streaming.
Good stuff. All right. Well, we are down to agenda item number 11, the high occupancy housing zoning code update.
Mayor, members of the council, Dan Simer, zoning code manager with Planning and Development Services. I'm here to give you an update on the high occupancy housing text amendment that was passed in November of this past year. And I'll get my slideshow up and running. So as I just mentioned, the high occupancy housing code was adopted in November of 2020. It went into effect a little over a week ago, went into effect on March 1st. And Mayor, just for your information, based on a discussion earlier with your colleagues, I've added 2 slides to the presentation just for clarification purposes. This is the first one. The high occupancy housing plan was originally adopted in March of 2018, 17 or 18. It was intended.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Your slides are not progressing and they're not in the slideshow.
Not in the slideshow. All right. Are they there now?
The title slide is up. Yeah.
All right. So it's not. There we go. Next slide showing?
Yep, we're good.
Advancing, Dan. Thank you, Dan. All right, thank you. I did add 2, as I was saying, I did add 2 slides to the PowerPoint. This is the first one, just a high-level overview of the high occupancy housing plan. It was adopted a couple of years ago to address the regional plan policy, to address these larger developments, and for development to be consistent with the neighborhood. Address the locations of high occupancy housing as they relate to activity centers, which I'll point out a little bit later, and to help preserve the character of existing and historic neighborhoods. Furthermore, in November, the zoning code was updated to implement the plan. As we progress through today's PowerPoint, there are 2 questions that I'll be asking of you and kind of highlighting these continuously through. The first is, should we increase the AMI from 60 to 80%? I'll kind of get into this later. And should we modify the code to allow affordable high occupancy housing developments as it can without a conditional use permit? And I'll kind of get into that in a second. In November, the following amendment was added to the zoning code by motion, which exempted out developments that are at 60% of an AMI, the area medium income, and provide 100% of the dwelling units at a affordable rate. It's had a few effects on the code as the code is very complex as it pertains to high occupancy housing. It has a trickle-down effect. But what we're going to propose to you is to build on this concept to improve and further expand the intent of it. So the very first one is, it was kind of an oversight, but the intended language probably is meant to be equal or less than, but as it was worded, it said at 60%. So staff is going to be recommending conformance with the zoning code, which all our affordable housing incentives are at 80% or less. And furthermore, just a technical clarification, we're recommending that we modify the code to address the AMI area as it pertains to the city of Flagstaff and HUD. So that wasn't included in the modification. We just want to incorporate that for clarification purposes. Although the major intent of the modification was to incentivize affordable housing developments to ease their process, to relax the requirement for a conditional use permit, and to minimize cost. When the definition was added by default, or the modification was added, by default it exempted those projects from the high occupancy housing conditional use permit requirements, although they defaulted to either like a duplex or a multifamily development. And in certain zones, those still require a conditional use permit. So by de facto, it didn't get rid of the conditional use permit requirement. So as it indicated in the commercial zones, we want to build on this concept, because in the commercial zones, only high occupancy housing developments can exceed the allowed density and bedrooms per acre that the high occupancy housing code put into place, and get these type of developments in the areas that we want. And as it pertains to the last bullet, when the modification was added, it opened up the city to developments that could be otherwise considered high occupancy housing, but they're now exempt from affordable housing anywhere in the city, except in the commercial zones. So the proposal that we're going to propose is to maintain consistency, but still incorporate the full intent of that and to build on that concept to improve. So as it pertains to the area median income, because it was at 60%, and we could interpret it to be 60% or less, we're recommending that the council direct us to increase that from 60% to be 80% or less, which is consistent with all of the incentives for the zoning code. Furthermore, this one's a little bit more complicated. What we would recommend is modifying the code to remove the exemption, but in a manner that allows affordable housing developments to be considered high occupancy housing, but not require a conditional use permit. So they'll be allowed by right. Therefore, by simplifying the process and reducing cost, and it helps protect the neighborhoods that these projects could be located in, and locates the projects in the areas of the city that we want. So therefore, it maintains consistency with the high occupancy housing plan, and it gets rid of that conditional use permit requirement. Furthermore, it would allow them in the commercial zones, in the activity centers where we really want them. So this is the slide that I added It's kind of a generic overview of the city. The dashed line is the city's boundaries, but the bigger circles on there are activity centers. And these are the areas that have the infrastructure and transportation that were identified by the high occupancy housing plan as the prime locations to locate these type of developments, whether they're affordable or not. So the amendment would bring these back into these areas where the infrastructure is most appropriate and still maintain the requirements and the objectivity of the high occupancy housing plan. It would eliminate the conditional use permit requirement, since we'll be allowing it by right. And furthermore, we would recommend some alternative solutions to allow for cheaper developments for affordable housing. For example, one of the considerations that was brought up is maybe we don't need to require bike lockers to reduce cost. Another example is parking. Well, parking's already addressed in the affordable housing incentive, so that's not really needed to be addressed. Furthermore, next week you'll be looking at the zoning code amendment that will allow the council to make modifications to the property development standards for certain certain affordable housing projects, which just happen to be the exact same ratio, 80% AMI or less, 100% affordable. So this recommendation will bring these two amendments together and to build upon that original intent of the modification that was incorporated in November, and further its purpose by addressing it. So these are the two questions. I know this is a quick overview of the modification that we're looking for council direction. The second one is the more complex one. Again, that would be to modify the code to allow affordable housing developments that are 80% AMI and less and 100% to be considered HOH developments, but allow them by right. They can comply with the requirements. Most affordable housing developments don't even reach that higher level as a hub or a standard anyway. But with the additional zoning code modifications that are coming forward, the two together achieve the intent that was incorporated in November. So I'll open up to council for questions and discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Simer. Council, open up the floor here, everyone. Councilmember McCarthy.
Mayor, do you want to take the public comment first?
Oh,
or so?
Yes, please. My apologies. Yes, let's thank you for that. Let's have the public speaker, and then we'll turn it back to council.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Tyler Denham on the line. Tyler, you can go ahead and give your comments.
Hi, council members. I'm calling in today to support the proposed modifications to the HOA plan to exempt capital A affordable housing, to borrow a phrase from Councilmember McCarthy, from its more burdensome requirements. And I have a couple specific suggestions on the modifications. First, you should not require a conditional use permit for the exemptions. They should be allowed by right. Conditional use permits turn the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council into choke points for anti-housing forces, and they add bureaucratic complexity and cost to developments. Those costs ultimately being passed along to residents. Second, making the exemptions only applicable to 100% affordable developments might limit their potential usage. Allowing some market rate units lets wealthier residents subsidize the affordable units for lower income residents and makes the developments more likely to be built. Councilmember Shimoni made a similar point during your last meeting on affordable housing incentives. A sliding scale instead of a binary choice may be better policy. Third, I urge council to allow as many exemptions to the HOH property development standards as possible, including the building footprint and separation requirements. These exemptions are your carrot to convince developers to build the affordable units. A small carrot makes the policy toothless. And fourth, I agree with the staff recommended action to change the AMI to 80% so it's consistent with other policies. That just makes sense. And finally, this isn't a suggestion about the current topic, but just a comment on the council's general approach to affordable housing. In your discussion here and on PZ 2119, the Affordable Housing Modified Development Standards, there's an implicit understanding that many zoning rules make housing more expensive. That's the reason why allowing exemptions to those rules entices developers to build affordable units. Further, why not change those rules in the base zoning to make all the housing cheaper? Just food for thought. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dunham. Council, do we have any questions for our commentator? All right. Well, then, with that, I will turn it to Councilmember McCarthy, followed by Councilmember Shimoni.
Well, thank you, Mayor. When this went through last time during the last council, it was a 6-1 vote, and I was the no vote. And the reason I was a no vote is that I thought, this amendment that was brought in at the very last moment during the second read, very last moment of the second read, was not well thought out. I think the intentions were good, but it was not well thought out. And what Mr. Seimer has established is that there were a lot of problems with that last minute motion. So after studying this, first thing I want to say is that the city spent a lot of time coming up with these high occupancy housing rules to make sure that these kind of projects are put in appropriate locations like activity centers, commercial zones, and to try to make sure that we don't end up with what can be called student housing, 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, put in inappropriate places. And the HOH rules did set some things on maximum footprint and separations, and had requirements for crime-free zone programs, and adequate transit in their area, because of being in activity centers, et cetera, and bicycle parking requirements, et cetera. So the bottom line is, I think that we should, if we have projects that are affordable, and I'm okay with moving that to 80% and below, that we should make them still meet the HOA requirements, which the city spent a lot of time working out and making them be appropriate, but exempt these projects that are affordable from the CUP requirement. So I think that's a really good compromise. I think that will establish what the intent was of council when we did this, when was it, 5 months ago or so. So in summary, I support the staff recommendations, get rid of the CUP requirement. All these projects will be HOA, even if they're affordable. Not HOA, HOH, sorry. And so I'm basically supportive of the staff recommendation, and appreciate, I was one of the people that spent some time with Dan earlier today, ask a lot of detailed questions. This is a pretty complex issue. So I want to thank Dan and his supervisors for allowing us to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And I actually was hoping to comment to Tyler's comments, but I'll just do it now as I give my own comments. Thank you, staff, for bringing this forward and working on this. Thank you, Dan, for your work on this. And yes, Councilmember McCarthy, maybe council made a mistake, but it wasn't intentional, like you said. It was good intentioned. Anyways, here we are correcting it, right? So moving forward, going forward, we need affordable housing in Flagstaff, right? We all feel like a broken record up here, but basically going to Tyler's comments about that mixed use negotiation ability, my understanding is that we do that to a degree already, and maybe Sarah Dar can speak to that a little bit and how we can negotiate with the market rate developers, because this type of development, low income tax credit, LIHTC development is very much a specific type of development of which 100% of the units are affordable. Now that does keep out a large portion of our developments here in the city limits, but this is a development type that we do see. And the folks that do develop this type of development, LIHTC housing, don't typically dip into market rate developments. And Sarah and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but typically a LIHTC developer sticks to LIHTC developments and vice versa for market rates. And so this amendment specifically deals with those LIHTC projects. And my understanding is that in the future, we're going to continue the conversation on those market rate developments where maybe they want to negotiate 30% of their units to be more affordable, or 40 or 50%, 80% or 10%, whatever it is, giving the developer more options. And Tyler, you mentioned CUP by rights, the conditional use permit, and the exemption of that. And my understanding is that's what we're doing. We're basically making it that LIHTC developments don't need to acquire a conditional use permit going through the city process and the commission process. And Dan, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's my understanding. So unless I misunderstood you, Tyler, that I think we're doing that. And then in terms of the agenda item on the table and our direction, Council and Mr. Seimer, I'm curious to learn about what other exemptions we could potentially make to make this to incentivize LIHTC development in our community, other than bicycle infrastructure and exchanging that, because these developments need bicycle infrastructure and bicycle parking because they are in activity centers, they are infill, they are density. These are the projects, within the HOH, the high occupancy housing document. These are the projects that we talk about when we talk about sustainability and infill and density. And the people that very much could, unlike Councilmember Aslan at times, leave their car at home and ride their bikes because they are centrally located or conveniently located to alternative modes of transportation. So if anything, I'm curious to hear more from staff as to why bicycle parking was chosen as an example of what can be removed. But even more important than that, I'm curious what else we could leverage in negotiation. Dan, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And then just to finish my comments, 80% AMI, I'm fine with, and then implementing these types of LIHTC projects into the HOH. The two recommendations in the staff summary, I'm supportive. I think that makes sense, and I think that corrects what the previous council did incorrectly. And so, Dan, if you can speak to those two things, the CUP, and if I was correct in my explanation of it, and then also alternative exemptions.
Sure, and then I'll also, you had a question, if I may, Mayor, that Sarah's here to answer your other question.
Right.
It wasn't necessarily the bike parking requirement, and I apologize. It's more of there are different ways of providing bike parking, whether it's the hoop or the locker rooms. The locker rooms are relatively expensive. The lockers themselves are relatively expensive. What are some things that we can look at that can reduce cost? There's the footprint requirement. A lot of the affordable housing incentives already are applicable to these type of developments, such as you can do up to a 15% modification. There may be other such modifications that we can look at, but also as part of our IPA, which is our incentive policy for affordable housing, we'll be looking at all the incentives. So, and how can we do that? We may not have it, if we get this amendment through first, we may not have all the incentives done at that time. But by having this additional direction, it allows us to open up that additional discussion as we proceed through those directions. Now, we're going to open up the wide angle of what we can do. And Jennifer's here with us also, as Sarah. We're going to open up and look at everything. But when it comes to the affordable high occupancy housing things, there may be other things that we can look at. And so that opens up, that direction will branch us into a new realm that we weren't or may not have been anticipating. So my concept is to get the amendment fixed, and as we come forward with all the additional incentives, we would incorporate that as a separate amendment so that we're doing it holistically and not just piecemeal. So by looking at those kind of things, that kind of gives us additional direction that I agree with you 100%. Is bike parking needed for these developments? Absolutely, especially when they are getting a parking reduction.
Sure.
Although, what is the appropriate number?
Right. And just to jump in, Dan, really quick, and just so Mayor and Council know where my mind's at, it doesn't need to be, cages or lockers or whatever it is that we're doing. It just, the issue I've come to realize is when we have just those outdoor bike locking areas where you can just leave your bike outdoor, bikes get stolen, wheels get stolen, seats get stolen. People don't have the ability to bring the bike into their rooms because of a lack of space. And also bikes get weathered pretty quickly over one season. So we need some kind of coverage and some kind of safety measure to a degree of sorts, just because if someone's relying on their bike, they need to know that they can wake up the next morning and know that their bike will still be there and they won't be missing a wheel. I think that's happened to all of us.
I apologize for interrupting. I agree with you 100%. I just threw that out there as an example. Mayor, if I may change over to Sarah, she may be able to answer Councilman Shimone's other question as it pertains to incentivizing LIHTC projects. Sarah, are you available?
I am.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you for the punt. I'm working on finding video. Did I get it? All right, I'll just talk as a talking head in the sky. I tried, apologies. I want to make sure I understand the question. First of all, let me identify myself for the public. My name is Sarah Dar. I am the housing manager for the city of Flagstaff. And I got it. Yay. Thank you for that. The question had to do with incentivizing LIHTC developments, as far as I understand it. Yes. And not incentivize. Okay. Councilmember Shimone, can you repeat your question to make sure I'm answering the correct one?
Hi, Sarah. Good to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Good to see you too.
The question I had was specifically to Mr. Denham's comment in the public comment portion about negotiating with developments that aren't 100% affordable housing and more the market rate developments. And I was saying that we do that to a degree and that you could speak further to that. And that's something that we might even enhance over the year to come.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the prompt, especially for that. So we do negotiate with developers that are not 100% affordable on an ongoing basis. Even if they don't need something from council, staff sits down with them and asks the question, how can you contribute to the community goal of increasing affordable housing, to City Council's goal of increasing the number of affordable units in our community? And because our hands are tied by state legislation, sometimes that answer is we can't and we're not going to. And it doesn't matter what incentives you have, we have our plans. Be gone with you. Our staff doesn't take that. And we have some very tenacious staff members who continue to meet with folks through the development process. And I've got to give some credit to our planning and development services staff who tee us up quite nicely. They mentioned to all folks that you're going to need to have a conversation with our affordable housing staff. They make sure those are scheduled. They make sure that they're wrapped back around to us, et cetera. So we have a great partnership there. And in cases where there isn't affordable housing included, we work to suggest ways that it can be included. We talk about the other market rate properties in the community that have successfully included units that are affordable to our low income moderate populations integrated throughout their market rate units. We point them to those. We have long discussions. Sometimes we are successful, usually more often than not, especially if they're coming in front of council where council asks the same questions. However, our hands are tied and we cannot require it. We can incentivize. And as Dan mentioned, we are working on an update to the affordable housing incentive policy. That work is already underway. It's my understanding that the interviews with development partners throughout the community are already taking place. And we as staff have been doing an examination of how many times has the incentive policy been utilized, what has it yielded, where wasn't it utilized and why, et cetera, to be able to bring forward to you a comprehensive analysis of what the strengths and weaknesses of the current incentive policy are, and then the proposed changes that will be created with that community participation. This is happening as a separate effort than the 10-year housing plan that we spoke to you recently about. So we have multiple opportunities for public participation and involvement as we move forward on these. So yes, we do negotiate. And we even negotiate with the LIHTC providers saying, can you skew your rents a little deeper, or who are you serving the community? How does that work?
That's great. Thank you for that. And I know that's a little off topic, Mayor, but I think it's important. And that addresses the public comments. Thank you, Mrs. Starr. And then Dan, really quick, can you just comment on the CUP process? Am I correct in saying that these LIHTC developers will be able to bypass that conditional use process?
Any project that's 100% affordable and at 80% less. Most LIHTCs are at 60. Sarah can answer that more better than I can. But any project that's 100% and 80% or less would be allowed by right without a CUP.
Thank you. And hopefully my direction was clear. I'm a thumbs up on both recommendations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. From other council members, do you have any commentary? Well, I'll just add in that I support both of the amendments to go to 80% or below MI, as well as the exempting for conditional use permit. And I do believe with that, we have a direction for city staff to move forward. Unless there's any other comment from council members, we can press on.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Simer, and thank you, Ms. Starr. Councilmember McCarthy has a comment. I think you still got your mute on there, Councilmember.
Do you want me to say that again? So just as a point of clarification, the proposal is that these affordable projects would be exempt from having to get a CUP, but they would still fall under the HOH requirements, which basically the most important part of that in my mind is that it would put these high density projects in commercial zones and activity centers, which is where they belong.
Mayor, members of the council, that is my understanding of the direction. That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Dan, and thank you, Mayor Deasy.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. Well, that brings us down to agenda item number 12, our legislative update. Ms. Langley?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Langley, Management Analyst with the City Manager's Office. Tonight, I don't have a presentation. I do just have a very brief legislative update for you. So over the weekend, we received a request from Mayor Deasy to put together a letter of opposition for House Bill 2770 and bring it before the Council for approval tonight. House Bill 2770 is a very simple bill in that it would allow a business to not enforce a mask mandate that has been established by a state or a city, town, or county, or any other jurisdiction. In terms of status, the bill has passed out of the House and has been assigned to a Senate committee, although no hearing has been scheduled yet. So responding to this request, staff drafted a letter of opposition to this bill, and I emailed that out to the Mayor and Council earlier today for your review. So with the Council's approval, we will go ahead and send this letter of opposition to the appropriate senators. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Langley. Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sarah. I did read the letter and I support it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Aslan.
I appreciate you bringing this up, Mayor, and thank you, Sarah and team, for drafting the letter. I'm in support.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. And the same goes for me. It was a great letter.
Yes, I really appreciate how quickly you were able to get that and yes, yeah, it was perfect. So, Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor, and I am in support as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this up. And Sarah, thank you for your work on this. I also support it. And I just wanted to say before we end the subject, Sarah, if there's any updates on the ACC bills, I'd love to hear that, or the efforts around the ACC.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. The bills, unfortunately, continue to progress. I think 3 of them have crossed over to the opposite chamber. So we are continuing to monitor them and continuing to voice our opposition to the appropriate committees as they get assigned. But they are still active, unfortunately. I can send you a more detailed written update if that would be helpful as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, do we believe we have a majority on council here in support? I just want to thank you all, particularly with the news on Friday about reopening. This was a dual red flag when it passed the panel. So I appreciate everyone's attentiveness to this. City Manager Clifton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Sarah Langley. Housekeeping matter here, just a reminder, what we'll do here, since we're in work session and we did get direction on this, and thank you for that, Council, we'll put it on a future consent agenda just so formal action can be taken at that time. No additional discussion will be needed. The letter will be launched immediately. But just to wrap that up from an action standpoint, we'll get it on a future consent agenda. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Ms. Langley. That brings us down to agenda item number 13. Ms. Swobar, do we have any public participation?
We have no more at this time.
All right, moving along. Agenda item number 14 is our informational items to from Mayor, Council, and City Manager and future agenda item requests. Going down the list here, Vice Mayor, do you have anything for us tonight?
Nothing tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan.
Nada.
Excellent. Councilmember McCarthy?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I did have one item. I just might mention that the Metro Plan, which is the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization, did have a meeting over the last week, and there was a couple of interesting things that happened there. One is that the representative from the Mountain Line to the Metro Plan Board, Steve Peru, has resigned because he's taken a position to be the county manager. that was significant because he was the chair of the Mountain Lion Board. The other thing is we spent quite a bit of time talking about the Arizona Department of Transportation plans for Milton Avenue or Milton Road, whatever it's called, Milton. Basically their plan is to do essentially nothing, make some spot changes here and there, at least on a preliminary basis. So we had discussions about that. And the other thing that we discussed is that it seems that Congress is changing their attitude towards earmarks, and that earmarked appropriations may be coming back, and that the Metro Plan leadership will be nimble and, try to get funding under whatever system is, earmarks or no earmarks. They're aware of it and they're being cognizant of it. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for everyone's information, through the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference tomorrow at noon, there's a Zoom meeting with Senator Kelly. And then on Thursday at 11, meeting with Senator Sinema.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple things. As Councilmember McCarthy said, yes, our chair, Steve Peru, has left the board of Mountain Lion. And I, just the week prior, was voted to be the vice chair, thinking that I had a strong chair to lean on and that my work wouldn't be that hard. And now I find out that I am the interim chair. So whoopee. But in all seriousness, congratulations to Mr. Peru and the county and the community at large. Very excited for their efforts and his leadership with their team. And I'm very much looking forward to my work and our work with Mountain Lion, and very honored to be the interim chair and maybe the ongoing chair. We'll see. The Indigenous Commission is meeting this weekend, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. And just wanted to let everyone know that the county had an informational meeting on Monday and discussed their new data that they're sharing on their website. So check it out. It breaks down the vaccinations by race and by age. And so it's just a great way to see how the vaccination rollout is going in our community and who's getting it. And that there's an uptick in vaccinations occurring. So please continue to look for appointments and get registered and get vaccinated. I know many of us here at the dais are on that effort, and here at the city, we're working towards that. And there's a good conversation about opening things back up and how municipalities were handling employees and et cetera. I'm not going to go into the details, but please be safe, everyone. I know we're so ready to be done with COVID, and we're not there yet, as I know Mayor and Council feels the same way. We got to stay vigilant, be careful, and take care of yourself and others around you, and we'll hopefully get there soon. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for a good meeting. And thank you, staff.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Sweet, anything tonight?
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Well, I'll just say that with the stimulus checks going out, which the public should be starting to see within the next week, if you are among the individuals who are fortunate enough not to be needing those for basic necessities, I am urging people to go spend it to our local community, go buy some local art, go out to have an extra carry-out meal for the week, whatever it is. But we have the stimulus checks are coming, and let's stimulate the local economy, help our local businesses out, and yeah, do what we can for everyone else. Give a big tip next time you pick up your order. So with that said, City Manager Clifton, do you have anything for tonight?
I just want to thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the presenters at the staff level who I think did a stellar job tonight. Got got the council through a rather hefty agenda. We all greatly appreciate that, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for a wonderful meeting.
Thank you, City Manager. Well, with that, we're down to agenda item number 15. Our meeting is adjourned. Happy Tuesday, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a